to the Montana Board of Public Education. We are meeting via Zoom for the purpose of conducting interviews of our applicants for charter schools. We'll begin today with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chris, will you please call the roll of the attendees?
Vice Chair Slinger.
Here.
Julia Maxwell. Hannah Neeskens.
Here.
Madeline Quinlan.
Here.
Renee Rasmussen.
Here.
Lisa Schmidt.
Here.
Chair Tharp.
Here.
Lydia Comstock. Commissioner Christian's office.
Here.
Governor Gianforte's office. And Superintendent Hedlund's office.
Here.
The Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussions. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comments. There's no sign-in sheet. We're meeting virtually, so it indicates so via the messaging capabilities on Zoom, and identify themselves to the chair or executive director prior to consideration of the matter in which persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussions will be recognized by the chair in keeping with normal board parliamentary procedure. We discourage public comment on personnel matters. Ask you to discuss these issues in private with the board chair. Montana Board of Public Education is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Ed meeting may qualify you to receive more professional development units. Please complete information and pass that along to the Board of Public Education. This time, we'd like to welcome any visitors who want to be recognized. All right. Board members, I entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved by Dr. Slinger, seconded by Board Member Schmidt. Discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All in favor of adopting the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The agenda is adopted. Hand things over to our Charter Committee Chair, Dr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chair Tharp. So I would like to now hand it over to Executive Director Flynn, who will explain to us the process of what we're going to be going through today.
Happy to, Mr. Chair. Before we get started today, I'll go over some sort of brief comments on the process for today. There is time on our agenda for 7 interviews. We will interview 5 applicants before we take a lunch break for about 50 minutes. And then we will interview 2 applicants after lunch. All the information for today's meeting is being recorded. You'll see that we are also streaming live to our YouTube. The information will be available immediately after this meeting. You'll be able to find the recording available on our website. As Dr. Slinger indicated, I'll be facilitating today's meeting to sort of streamline the Q&A, move us along a bit more quickly than our typical board meetings, given the formalities. We have allowed each applicant 10 minutes for introductions of their application. Applicants should really use this time to whatever way necessary to really share the intent of their charter school, the rationale for the creation of their public charter school in their community. Then the board will have 15 minutes to ask questions. Each member of the board charter committee will take the lead on asking initial questions. So, for example, the first 3 interviews will be initially questioned by Vice Chair Slinger, the second 2 by Board Member Schmidt, and then the final 2 by Board Member or Chair Tharp. And then we'll have 5 minutes for public comment. This is required in the statute. So regardless of where we're at in Q&A, I will stop us with 5 minutes remaining in our time. This is really important. I recognize that 5 minutes is not enough for public comment. Under normal circumstances, our board has always allowed and provided ample time for public comment. So I just want to make really clear that we will always accept written public comment as well. Board members will review public comment here today and written public comment, both the same, prior to our January meeting. It's also important that you understand that board members received public comment before today's meeting as well. That is available on our website. You can see that we received that. It's under the events calendar. You can see that as well. It's important that we're able to interview all seven applicants on the same date. So we're really trying to ensure that we give equal time to each applicant. I'm going to keep track as if we go over time. So I will be cutting folks off and ask that you just state your name, where you're from, and sort of what your position is on the public charter school proposal. I apologize if we get to that. I know it's really awkward, but if folks have more to say, again, we really encourage you to submit written public comment. Our board members are prepared, like I said, to review both what you hear today and anything they receive as written public comment. Dr. Slinger, I will turn it back to you, but I do want to sort of pause and see what questions board members might have before we jump into interviews. I recognize that we have a few minutes here before we jump into our first one.
Dr. McLean.
Thanks so much. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you. McCall, could you just clarify how the opportunity for ex officios will look for us to ask questions?
Yeah, Dr. Slinger, Dr. McLean, you will be able to ask questions just like other board members. You should feel free to do so. And Tyler, I would suggest you do the same. We did allow a 5-minute buffer in there, which is different from other years. So I will get 5 minutes to go to public comment. If we don't have that 5 minutes for public comment, we will come back to Q&A. So like I said, I'm going to stop us with 5 minutes. We'll come back to Q&A. I'm going to recognize you guys like I will for other board members as well. So if you have questions, please just make sure that you guys raise your hand. Use that little raise hand icon here. I will get to you like I will with other. Yep. Thank you, Dr. Tharp. And I will get to you like I do other board members. We'll be fast and furious here, but I think the Q&A portion is really important. There's lots of questions to get to. Dr. Tharp, we'll go over to you if you actually have a real question.
Yes. Not a question, but a comment. I'm assuming that we have many of our schools are probably watching this morning as they're getting ready. I guess I would just encourage the applicants to not read from your application. Our board members, I've been so impressed, and I alluded to this at the Board of Education meeting in Missoula last week. Our board members are very diligent in their efforts, and I know that they have read these applications and they have gone through them. So we really don't want you to read to us. We are very good readers and very capable. So please hit the highlights and prepare for those more in-depth questions.
I could not agree more. Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. McCall, I believe there's a step in this process someplace where either OPI or the governor's budget office actually calculates the basic entitlement for a new school and sort of what the actual state funding will be. Can you speak to that? Because I think it's incredibly relevant to our $1 million appropriation. So I guess I'd like to hear it before we start.
Yeah, Board Member Quinlan, great question. We had actually put a request in as soon as we received the applications, and we sent that over to the Office of Public Instruction. They actually got those numbers back to us on Friday. So we do have a PDF of all of that information to us. In fact, I can tell you exactly what that information needs to look like. It says that it needs to be a calculation of the basic entitlement in the 3rd year of the public charter school. So I think at our last meeting, I said that the number would be around 360,000 for a high school. I think the number is actually closer to 380,000. And that's a high school. The middle school is much lower and elementary is even lower. As you guys know, the only applicants that we have this year are high schools and middle schools. And so those numbers will be much higher. So we do have those numbers from the Office of Public Instruction. There's much more that goes into that, but we will be sure to get those over to you. And those will be attached to sort of the ranking as we've discussed, which is unlike any other year we've had before.
I just have a very quick follow-up. So is whatever that amount of the basic entitlement, it's 80% of that is what our appropriation, or is it an even lower?
The 100.
What?
No, it's 100.
It's 100%. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Slinger, Chair Slinger.
Thank you. Just more for the board members, for the charter committee members who are leading the questions or kicking us off with each applicant. Just so you know, for myself, I'll start with 2 questions and then I'll stop and open it up. So then McCall can call on anyone after that. But I intend to start with 2 for the 3 that I have responsibility for. And then I would expect McCall to start looking for others to chime in. So thank you.
All right, other questions? Okay, folks ready to get started?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Slinger, are you ready for us to jump in?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's turn it over to Columbia Falls Trades Academy. I'm going to jump into the superintendent. I see he is on, so I'm going to promote him and see what other folks he needs us to promote at this time.
Hello, McCall. Can you hear us?
We can hear you. How are you?
I am living the dream one day at a time. I'm not sure.
It's a good way to be.
I'm not sure why the camera's not activating here. I'm gonna keep clicking buttons to get it going. It's saying select another video. That's always fun. Well, I feel under the pressure. Feel under the pressure of Mr. Tharp saying being efficient. I don't think he said anything about technology. So if it pleases the board, could we go without a camera? I'm not sure what's on our end.
Do you want to try to take a minute and figure it out?
Yeah, I'll probably leave and come back.
Sure. You want to try? Anyone have a good joke for a Monday?
Nothing I could share on recording. Thank you. I will just say I hope everyone had a wonderful holiday weekend and had plenty of I had plenty of football, gluttony, and napping, and kind of just repeated that cycle over and over for multiple days. So
What about now, Miss Flynn?
Oh, look at that. That's
I'm glad that worked out because we are a good looking panel right here.
a good panel.
I've often been told I've got the looks for radio, so appreciate your flexibility here. And it's still 9 o'clock, so we're still on schedule, Mr. Tharp. So good morning. My name is Corey Jeffco, Superintendent of Columbia Falls. Excited to be here and talk to you about our vision that we have of the Columbia Falls Trades Academy here. I'll let our panelists introduce themselves.
Good morning. I'm Jill Roxand. I'm the board chair.
Hi, I'm Sean Forrest. I'm the assistant principal at the high school.
Hi, I'm Josh Gibbs, high school principal.
Hey, good morning. Dustin Zufalato, business manager.
Good morning, Barb Riley, vice chair of the board.
Good morning, Mark McCord, curriculum director.
And again, we're going to talk about Columbia Falls Trades Academy. I've got to wing my speech here because I'm not going to read all 26 pages of the application to you. So really excited to get to the questions that you may have. So the whole vision of the Columbia Falls Trades Academy came about when we were experiencing some workforce shortages in our own remodel and work on the high school. We had some restoration projects going on and working with contractors. We heard things about shortages of electricians. We heard about not having plumbers available to work on such days. So it's really delaying the project. So again, what can we do to get our students some skills to be productive in the workforce, especially here in the Flathead Valley? And that work also came out in our Portrait of a Learner to ensure our students are engaged, prepared, and empowered to make an impact in our society. So we started talking about what skills we can give our kids, and we thought the trades would be a great avenue to ensure our kids have a productive life here in the Flathead. So the vision of the program would be kind of a proficiency-based, flexible work learning application for our students to get those skills, to get the hands-on experience, and to ensure they have training in avenues that they may like. Not all students are college bound. This would allow some trades and some workforce enhancement in the Valley, and ensuring our students are able to have a lifestyle here in the Flathead Valley. So the flexibility of a proficiency-based, not tying it to any seat time, and just more when they have the skills and they're able to demonstrate that, that would be productive. Of course, the mission of this could be accomplished and would be accomplished in a 4-day instructional week. We'd like our students to have that 5th day either for remediation or getting out on the job site and working. 4 different HVAC, electrical, plumbing, construction, framing, engineering, I think is another one we've talked about, and really integrating those academics into their workplace learning. Ms. Flynn, you talked about others that may be in. I think we have Dr. Jane Karras with Flathead Valley Community College. She is also part of this, and we've been in discussion with her about how the Flathead Community College could assist us with those academic endeavors in there. So maybe if Mr. Gibbs or Mr. Forrest have any information on the academic modeling.
Yeah, so kind of looking at this program, you kind of look through it at 2 lenses, how we develop this and looking into the future. The first lens is looking at what the first year or a couple of years might look like with the school, inside of the school. And then the second lens would look into kind of our big dream as we move. We have an alternate campus, a few maybe other ideas of what that might build into. But kind of what that looks like, lens 1 is, school within a school. Kind of in our track for that is we have a couple classes that will build into this. Understand the goal for this academy is to really focus on the kids that are going into the trades, but not to take away from the kids that want to get some of the experience of just being in wood shop class, for the activity, but maybe they're doing music or AP track and that kind of stuff. So the Trades Academy is really focused on those kids going into the trades and focus specifically on that. So when you look at it 2 ways, 2 lenses. The first one is pretty easy transition for us, our first year. We have our industrial technology, and this class is mostly for our freshmen, and it gives the kids an opportunity to see all the different areas that we offer at our school. We have they get into some woodworking, they get into some metals, welding, cutting, and then also into some fabricating. The big part of this class is learning safety and how to be around machinery and in a workforce area like that to stay safe. And then, of course, the next track we're going to Woods 1, and then we do already have a house construction, and this is a partnership that we have where we actually build a cabin for the Glacier Park. We build 1 a year. And that we build it on site, and then it's moved into the park. So again, we already kind of have the tracks built in. We really want to develop that and see what it looks like as we move forward and going there. Again, lens 2, and we'll probably talk more about it when we get into some questions, but that is our hope, to move to a separate location and really develop that and have maybe that 4-day school week and internships and that kind of stuff. So I'm not gonna spend too much time. Like I said, I'm sure you guys will ask some questions that get into that. I will pass it over to Sean, our assistant principal, to kind of talk about some of our supports, what that might look like there.
Yeah, and our first page, there wouldn't be much change in our support services. Because we would have the counselors, nurse, assistant principal, CSCT program would all still be on site. As we move to that phase 2, that we would see some difference if we were on an alternate campus. Probably would have a dedicated teacher, maybe like a dean of students or a head teacher, and then admin support as needed from Mr. Gibbs and myself, as we expand into off-campus site.
Yeah, one of the strengths I think of the Columbia Falls Trades Academy is we have a facility I think is just waiting and yearning to be utilized up in the Hungry Horse residence. We had a Canyon Elementary up there and a nice property. It was a K-5 elementary, closed about 10-15 years ago. But that building is ready to be utilized, has some space around it already that we could put up some additional big construction buildings for year-round learning. But the main hub in the building is set up for classrooms, set up for different pods in the back. So we have that facility sitting there really ready to be used. And I think it'd be a great community aspect up there as well, with getting some educational services put back in that town. We've also talked a little bit about adding some adult ed to this. This really isn't the charter school application, but again, we could possibly spin this off into some adult education for the community up there as well. So again, that would take some phasing. We feel like right now we could handle it on the Columbia Falls High School campus, but with the intention of moving it up into the Hungry Horse community as the program grows. As you can see, we've got 2 board members here, so the governance would stay underneath the board of Columbia Falls. So not a lot of changing in there. Some staffing we would be building into that, like Mr. Forrest talked about with the support services and any directors and all that. And then the financial stability. Again, I feel like we're ahead of the game with an existing facility up there that would really help us. When you're building a trades academy, you got to have the space. If you're constructing in February anywhere in Montana, that gets a little difficult. Heck, if you're constructing next week or last week, it was difficult in some of the areas in Montana. So again, having a year-round facility that we can utilize up there, I think that would help us with there. Again, utilizing our in-place finances and structures, there would be nothing additional to that, just folding in another school. Boy, anything I missed, panel, in here? I'm just eager to get to the questions. All right, we'll call 2 additional minutes for questions.
We like it. Dr. Slinger.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Columbia Falls, for being here today. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for applying. And first and foremost, I want to compliment you on the concept that you're talking about and also the out-of-box thinking on how to deliver that. I really appreciate that. I think it's a necessary movement. So thank you for that. First off, my first question though, on page 7, you state, we will serve students in grades 9 through 12 from across the Flathead Valley, including Columbia Falls, Whitefish, Kalispell, and surrounding rural communities. You also call out actually Big Fork also later in the application. What conversations have you had with those impacted school districts and what was their response?
You know, the conversations we've had, Dr. Slinger, with those have been in the early stages. And by early, I mean maybe the 2nd month of my career here at Columbia Falls, which is 2.5 years ago, where we talked about not duplicating schools, not duplicating effort. So if we had, Columbia Falls has a really strong welding program. So the conversation was, it's going to be really tough for another high school to touch our welding program. So maybe we have discussions and MOUs and agreements to utilize the welding program that Columbia Falls already has going. So I would consider additional conversations if this charter were approved to be what partnerships and cooperation could we have to let other high schools with the open enrollment and MOUs to utilize these facilities for their students to make sure that they get what they need.
Okay, thank you. Then on page 9, you laid out a progression of learning. Only 3 years are identified, but it's conceivable that students would be enrolled for 4 years as you are enrolling freshmen. So what would a year 4 look like?
Okay, I'll start with that one, and then maybe Mr. Forrest and Mr. Gibbs could handle there. I think in the application we had the 3 because the freshmen would be learning more the intro to woods, intro to industrial technology. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. And then progressing into the more skill set for the HVAC, the electrical, the advanced framing, in building that out. For sure, it would be a track that we'd work with our junior high. We have our own feeder, and ensuring they get in as a freshman. But again, that progression would be laid out.
Yeah, so again, looking at just the track, our industrial technologies, mostly freshmen. There are some people that take it throughout to get their vocational credits and that kind of stuff, but the track would look like industrial technology, and that would stay probably on Columbia Falls High School campus throughout. So when we start to look at building those 3 years, your sophomore, junior, senior year, that's more when they'll get up into the trades academy, especially when, if and when we move it to a different location. So then the track would turn into that Woods 1 house construction, and then developing more of a curriculum that would have different types of programs that support building house construction and those type of things. So again, your first year is probably the one that we were missing when we talked about only 3 years identified in there, and that's for our freshmen. Again, getting that taste through industrial tech, where they get to see all of our opportunities through our CTE stuff or our shop stuff, and then also learning all the safety and that kind of stuff.
And I think
Yes.
we talked about adding some curriculum offerings, like more trades math or technical English class to support those technical careers. So there would be some curriculum expansion with that.
Good, thank you. Executive Director Flynn, I'll open it up for other board members this time, although I do have some questions that we have time at the end.
Great, thank you. Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you very much. So I'm really, this proposal seems like it depends a lot on the community, both for the building and both for support from families. So tell me what kind of work that you have done, because there are several places in the application where you are to list community support or to tell specific community support. So I'd like to hear from you where your community support comes from, how that's been gathered, or how that's been expressed, and how you see that going in the future.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Rasmussen. I think the big one in the community, I was able to present to the Kalispell Manufacturing Chamber of Commerce, and just the buzz in that room, for them yearning to have students come work for them, to have the necessary skills, that really created the business excitement. And I don't know if Miss Jenny West with the Montana Manufacturing Extension Office, if she made it on, Ms. Flynn, or not, but she could also speak to the business side. But maybe I'll turn it over here to our Vice Chairman, Barb Riley, about community.
Good morning. Yeah, Columbia Falls' history is around industry. We were the timber industry mills. We were the aluminum plant. And so the makeup of our community over the years has been that labor force, workforce. And where we really noticed the biggest change was when the recession hit in 2008, and we had over 50% unemployment in Columbia Falls because they were all involved in the construction trades. My background's in real estate. I've been a real estate broker for nearly 30 years and focused primarily into the greater Columbia Falls, North Valley area, the Flathead Valley. And a lot of our clientele are built around that workforce. And so, and the kids that are coming through our schools, they're trades kids. They're members of families of trades kids. And so we also see that through the Business Chamber of Commerce. You know, where can we get some of these laborers? We hear that in our community support. Even just in the I would just say in the maintenance side of things, when I need someone in real estate to take and come out and help a client of mine get something taken care of for a home inspection, things like that. We just don't have that readily available trade support in our valley where we can call and get a response in a timely session. And Columbia Falls' history has been that labor trades, and I think this is a perfect way to carry that forward.
Yeah, I think also we see a need for students asking for what's next after high school. We don't have we have plenty of kids going on to college. We also have a lot of traditional families here in the valley who families are descendants of the mills, the aluminum plant, and what jobs are available to them. And right now we think it could be a hook to keep some of our students in school, and know that they are getting a valuable asset and they are going to be job ready and be able to have those real internships and be able to walk into the workforce with a decent paying job in this area that's a high cost of living.
Just a really quick follow-up. None of you mentioned the building, the huge building that you need to build. Where's the support there?
The support for the actual building of it, the building of the building. I think having it on campus right now with our Glacier Park program, where we have a building that the students are building, the tiny home in it. I think that could be utilized now as we move out into the canyon. I think the community support in that would be through partnerships, Western Builders, allowing the kids to build it that are even in the program. That could be their first project, as well as some construction companies. Their involvement is paramount in their partnership in their.
Thank you.
Board
Thank
Member
you.
Quinlan. You're on mute.
Thank you. One of my questions was about the facility, and I think you've covered that. I think maybe we all have a little bit of concern about how you move from an elementary facility that's been closed for 10 or 15 years to the vision that you have for a larger trades program. If anybody wants to speak to that, I'm fine, but I think I'll also ask my other question at the same time, which is talk a little bit about NCCER, which I understand stands for National Center for Construction, Education, and Research. You talk about it a lot in here, and it sounds like they have curriculum. I'm just wondering, how does that fit into your high school program for the charter school?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Quinlan. Yeah, so the NCCER wouldn't be an education application if there wasn't a new acronym that you learned. I think those are the certificates that when the students can take them to the workforce and be like, I'm not just certified to push a broom. I've had this certification, I have this training, so I am on my way to be a journeyman electrician. I'm on my way to be a journeyman HVAC. Those certificates through their education, I think, are what allow them to be engaged in the learning. So they know that, like Mr. Ford talked about, life after high school, what they're able to do. And I think that mirrors and works in conjunction with what Flathead Valley Community College provides their students in their programs as well. So really marrying those two together and allowing for those certifications for students to advance. And that would blend into the coursework and the tracks that Mr. Gibbs and Mr. Ford talked about for our students. But maybe I should back up a little bit. Oh, you had a follow-up, and then I'll talk about
No,
the property.
go ahead.
I'm just going to talk about the property because I did glance over it in my 9.5 minutes I had. So the Canyon Elementary up in Hungry Horse was closed. We had an unfortunate water event at the high school where we needed to utilize that space as we had to displace our high school into 3 other buildings while it was being repaired. So we did get that building spun back up, plumbing's back, electrical's back. It has a community clinic in it with Greater Valley Healthcare. So the building has been in use, but it sits on 15 acres, butted up to the National Forest, one of the prettiest spots you could ever be for an elementary school. So there is land that we own around it, secured, fenced, and in design that if we did need to put in, I'm talking like a big manufacturing, whether it's like a modular building that you can just roll out, or just a big space where you could back a trailer in and load a house up on it. The land is acquired, the land is there. And I think with some creative partnerships, we could easily make it happen.
And that building was built in the late eighties, right?
Yeah, late eighties was the original construction of
So
the,
it's not super old.
It's not.
Okay,
And
thank you.
it's been well maintained over the years. And as Mr. Jeffco mentioned, we did have high school students recently in that building for a good part of a school year. And that included upgrades of the wiring and internet system. So it's fully ready to be used right now.
Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up? Dr. McLean?
Thanks so much, McCall. Good morning, everybody. My name is Angela McLean, and I am the Director of American Indian and Minority Achievement in K-12 Partnerships for the Montana University System. And I enjoyed your presentation. Thanks for putting in the time for this. I do have a couple of questions. First off, you mentioned the visits with employers and their need for skilled workers. And I think that these visits and these anecdotes are very important, I think, and critical for us to be aware of and mindful of as we move forward. But I'm also wondering if you have done a market or a labor analysis that might point to workforce needs in those areas that you mentioned that aren't perhaps currently being met by FVCC or perhaps other high schools in the northwestern part of the state.
thank you, Dr. McLean. For like a true labor assessment, we have not. I don't know if Miss Jenny West is online or Dr. Karras is online. They'd like to speak to the need, but I do know that talking with our HVAC gentleman I know that runs a company here, he asked me, like, could you get me somebody that knows just a little bit about bending duct? He's like, I can't get anybody to bend duct in a shop. Nobody wants to do it. It's a well-paying job. So I don't know if that's a labor analysis. But if anybody else, we haven't done one. I mean, I couldn't tell you that, the average age of an electrician is aging out. I do know Flathead Valley's electrical program, their HVAC, their plumbing is growing. I think it'd be great to provide them a little pipeline to that.
Thank you so much. And then another question, if I could. So thinking about that, and you mentioned HVAC and refrigeration, how will the Academy attract and keep certified instructors in trades where we're already seeing shortages in qualified teachers and instructors?
I think it's exciting. I think it's fun. I think we're going to find some maybe alternative certified teachers that are maybe getting out of one career, not ready to be completely retired, but wanted to jump in, help pass their trade on. I know I learned to wire a house from my grandfather, who was an electrician, and just passing down that knowledge, I think is a big thing. So I think attracting with the excitement of it, I think it matches well with the governor's objectives with trades. I think that's going to catch wind. It's going to catch a lot of eyes from outside the education industry to be like, hey, I want to be part of this. I want to help pass on my trade or build my trade.
And then also, we've had talks with FVCC. I think when this started, kind of bring up FVCC was, I don't want to say hesitant, but they were worried, like, how are we going to work together? Are you going to be pulling? And that's not the idea of this. It's working together. So continuing and expanding our relationship with FVCC and some of the stuff we offer. Right now, we offer a welding track where kids can graduate with an associate's degree before they have their high school degree and a welding certificate. So just expanding that, I think, is a big part of it as well.
And just one more follow-up on that, and thanks so much. I appreciate that. And has
Dr.
there...
McLean, sorry,
Oh,
before
go
we
ahead,
jump
sorry.
back into questions, I do have to pause for some public comment. So I'm going to do that, and then we'll jump back into Q&A. So at this time, I'm going to turn over to public comment. For those interested in making public comment, please raise your hand now. I do see Jenny West, so I'm going to allow you to speak.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Hi. Thank you for the invitation, allowing me to be on. Thanks, Corey, for inviting me. Yes, I heard some questions about industry support and needs, and of course in the manufacturing industry, which we represent. So I apologize. My name again is Jenny West. I'm Associate Director with the Montana Manufacturing Extension Center. We are housed under the College of Engineering at Montana State University, and we work all over the state to provide training and assistance to manufacturers, small and medium-sized manufacturers in Montana. And I just wanted to share that workforce shortages have been a real issue for manufacturers across the state for the past several years. And the biggest need that we hear from them, and we do a couple of surveys and different annual reports. The Bureau of Business and Economic Research does an annual survey of manufacturers and an annual report on the manufacturing industry in Montana each year for us. And workforce shortages and the need for skilled employees, particularly for production type positions, has been the top issue that has been presented in those surveys in the last several years. Flathead Valley, or the Flathead County, is actually now the county with the most manufacturers in the state of Montana. Fairly recently, it's been growing rapidly, and there are just lots of unfilled positions there. Several companies in the area that have needs and have been increasing employment over the last several years. Everything from food to semiconductor machinery and high-tech communications trailers and many different types of machining and equipment, electronics, different industries, and it is a great need for them.
Great, thank you. I'm going to move to Jane Karas.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I want to thank you for this opportunity and thank Superintendent Jeffcoat for inviting us. I do just want to clarify that and I am Jane Karas, president of Flathead Valley Community College, that we do have a great partnership with Columbia Falls High School. We've had it, this is my 25th year as president here. We've had it for even before that. Last year, we had 21 Columbia Falls High School students graduate with their welding certification from FECC before their high school graduation. We do have long-standing partnerships with all the school districts here. I do want to say, though, I just want to clarify that before this application was sent in, we were not contacted. And I just want to make that clear because it sounds like we were part of putting this together. I was able to visit with Superintendent Jeffcoat after we were aware of the application for the charter school, and we're very interested in working with them to help students in any way possible. We do currently have, I think, all of the programs in process. About 2.5 years ago, FECC brought all of the superintendents in Flathead Valley together to talk about a charter, not a charter school, but a trades academy to address all of the issues. We are expanding all of our programs in plumbing, HVAC, electrical, heavy equipment operators, and have worked closely with all of the high schools to do that. So we're happy to continue to do that. But we do have many of these things in place and do want to continue work with Columbia Falls High School. But I just want to clarify, I think it was said that we were part of putting this together and we were not part of the actual development of the application.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Sam Coolant. Sam, you've got like 30 seconds. So I'm going to let you chat now.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Fantastic. I will make this as quick as I possibly can. So my name is Sam Coolant. I am a senior mechanical engineer project manager at Morrison Merrily. We're a multidisciplinary engineering firm here in Kalispell. I'm also a board member of the Northwest Montana chapter of the ACE Mentorship Program, which is designed to basically get high school age students interested in careers in the architectural, engineering, and construction fields. So I think one of the things that I just reiterate here is that working with a lot of MEP contractors, there's a definite need within the industry for trades-focused education, someone that can immediately come out of high school and go directly into an apprenticeship with either a mechanical, electrical, or plumbing contractor. So working with either Northwest Mechanical, Diamond Plumbing and Heating, Tempra HVAC, Monster Electric, Star Electric, all local contractors that have expressed a real desire to have that pipeline and have something established in that regard. I think all of them would benefit extremely from this program. Adding to that as well, I also work directly with the Kalispell School District, identifying deferred maintenance projects and how that program can be developed, how different buildings can be developed throughout that district. I'm somewhat familiar with Canyon Elementary and this program that Corey has been establishing here, and I think it's a very well-oriented approach that this is starting at the high school level, but then there's also this property that, being only from the late 80s, is definitely available for expansion. So I think there's a definite growth opportunity here, and I think it's starting smartly at the current scale.
Thank you, Sam. Board Member Schmidt, I know we just have a couple minutes before our next interview starts, but I'm going to move over to you. You've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I love this concept. I feel like there are a couple of places that are in your application that are inadequate. One of them is the daily schedule, and another one is only one teacher for all of these kids. Would you address that, please?
Yep, Ms. Schmidt, for the scheduling, we need to see what facility it's going to be at. If it's going to stay at the high school, I think we could utilize some of our existing staff and just move some fractional FTE around to get to our teaching. And the second part of it was, the scheduling. Again, yeah, working with our principals and assistant principals just to get the best schedule that would fit the needs of our kids, and really tailoring it to them. I wouldn't want to say that it needs to be X, Y, and Z, and it doesn't fit with our high school kids that are transitioning or working together. How do you pick up that junior to get into the program?
Yeah, and just looking at that as we develop it, it would probably look like a half day, kind of like our in down Kalispell, the Boeing Center runs, buses a couple times a day. Through our unfortunate event last year, we did learn that it takes 14 to 16 minutes to bus kids from Columbia Falls High School to Canyon Elementary, and that was pretty regular, even with weather. So we do have a little bit of that experience. It would just take the developing and what does it really look like once we get to that point. But currently, I think we could use our current schedule and staffing to develop into that.
Maybe blocking some of those classes into longer periods.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Board Member Neeskens, I can give you the last question if it's going to be 1 minute.
Sounds good. In brief, I think there's really opportunities here. Should your application be selected, I would really urge you to think about how to use Class 4 licensure in a unique way. Mrs. Schmidt's comment, Board Member Schmidt's comment about fractional FTE, I think would match nicely with Class 4. You could have electricians, plumbers, etc. with Class 4 licensure in and out teaching fractionally for your program. These are all things I would urge you to consider if you're selected. So more of a comment than a question, but I think there's flexibility in our state to do what you're envisioning.
Yep, we're hopeful as well.
We'll take it. Superintendent, any last minute, 30 seconds comments?
No, appreciate the time to talk about this vision and share everything that we can. I guess, Ms. Flynn, if you have additional questions, you know where you reach me. Happy to expand on anything. Just appreciate this opportunity.
Great. And Superintendent, if you have other folks that wanted to make comment or further comments, please don't hesitate to send in those written public comments.
Yep, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to transition now. I am going to promote Custer County. Just give this a second to. Hi, Superintendent. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. You have everyone with you? Do you need anyone else promoted?
Nope, we have everyone here.
All right. Well, time is yours. Take it away.
All right. Good morning, Executive Director Flynn, Board Chair Tharp, and members of the Montana Board of Public Education. And thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and for your careful consideration of our public charter school application. My name is Megan Brown, and I'm in my 6th year as superintendent of the Miles City Unified School District. And joining me are individuals who represent the heart of our community, school board members, who are also parents, graduates of Custer County District High School, and members of our charter stakeholder committee. With me today are our board chair, Andy Zook, along with Tyler Nidji, Mark Ingraham, and Carl Durga. And we appreciate the chance to share our vision for the Custer County Class Academy. For the past several years, the Miles City School District has been intentional and proactive in addressing challenges familiar to many rural districts across Montana: declining enrollment, increases in homeschooling, and the growing academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs of our learners. These challenges are especially evident at the bookends of our student population: our youngest learners eager to know what it means to be a student, and our oldest students preparing for life beyond high school. In March of 2025, our school board approved the establishment of a targeted early intervention program supported by the consolidation of our elementary district from 4 buildings into 3. Then in July of 2025, the board moved forward with convening the Community Stakeholder Charter Committee, a group of educators, community members, parents, and administrators tasked with exploring a public charter option for Miles City. Their work, combined with the support of our board, resulted in the application before you today. We believe strongly that the approval of the Custer County Class Academy would mark a significant step forward in meeting the diverse academic and personal needs of our most vulnerable learners. We also think it's important to highlight the uniqueness of our geographic context. If approved, the Custer County Class Academy would be the first public charter school established east of Billings, Montana. This region spans hundreds of miles and encompasses numerous rural communities that have had limited access to innovative or alternative public education models. Approval of this charter would not only serve the students of Miles City, it would create a vital model for rural Montana by demonstrating that flexible, student-centered programming can thrive even in geographically isolated areas. And now I'm going to turn it over to Carl Durga.
Our proposed charter school is rooted in 4 key areas. The Class Academy would span access to personalized, flexible, and innovative learning for students in grades 7 through 12. It will help stabilize enrollment by retaining students who might otherwise disengage or turn to homeschooling. It will ensure that students require alternative settings continue to receive the full protections and services of IDEA. And it will offer early graduation online and accredited diploma pathways that are not currently available within our district. The mission of Custer County Class Academy is to provide a flexible, rigorous, and supportive learning environment for students who need alternatives to the traditional school model. Guided by our district vision, challenging learners, and supporting success, the Academy is committed to ensuring that every student, whether working through personal obstacles, seeking a homeschool partnership, recovering credits, or accrediting towards graduation, has access to high quality instruction, timely support, and opportunities to stay connected to the broader school community. Our goal is to help students succeed academically, build resilience, and prepare for post-secondary options and future career opportunities. We know that while our traditional middle and high school programs serve many students well, there's a significant number for whom life circumstances create barriers to accessing a full school day. Some face medical or family challenges. Some need greater flexibility in pace or scheduling. Some prefer a hybrid homeschool partnership. And some are at risk of dropping out entirely. The Class Academy is designed to meet those needs directly while keeping students connected to public education, certified teachers, and Montana's academic standards. And I'll pass it on to board member Tyler Nidji.
In September 2025, we conducted a comprehensive district-wide stakeholder survey to gather feedback on the charter concept. Respondents were provided with background information details about targeted population, and the opportunity to express interest in students in grades 6 through 11. An overwhelming 84% of respondents agreed that this type of school is needed in Miles City, even if their own child would not attend. This widespread support demonstrates both the urgency of the need and the trust our community places in creating an innovative public charter option. Our targeted student population includes 4 distinct groups. 1, students facing extenuating personal and medical circumstances. 2, families seeking a homeschool partnership while maintaining strong ties to public education. 3, students who are not on track to graduate and need a more individualized pathway. 4, students seeking an accelerated or early graduation option. The Academy's innovation lies in its adaptability. Students and families will have choices about how, when, and where learning occurs. The school will operate through a blended and virtual model that allows students to complete coursework online while also receiving in-person support during operating hours. This ensures accountability through regular assessments, progress monitoring, and connection to certified teachers, while allowing flexible scheduling suited to students' needs. I'll now pass it on to Board Chair Andy Zook.
Academically, the Academy will utilize Montana Digital Academy offerings, district-approved online platforms, and traditional elective and CTE opportunities at both Washington Middle School and Custer County District High School. Juniors and seniors may also integrate the CCDHS Pathways program into their plans of study. This structure gives students access to a wide range of learning opportunities while ensuring that all coursework meets state standards and remains fully accredited. This design reflects the core of what class represents, providing personalized, proficiency-based learning that both challenges students and supports their success. Individualized learning plans will allow students to progress at their own pace, while certified instructors offer guidance, accountability, and consistent support. Students will also maintain access to extracurricular activities, clubs, and events, ensuring they remain connected to the social and cultural life of our district. Trustee Mark Ingraham will take it from here.
Morning. The physical home of the Class Academy will be the former Jefferson Elementary School, which was closed last spring following the consolidation of our elementary schools. The building is fully ADA accessible and well suited for the small scale learning environment. Our special services department will also relocate into this building, allowing for shared staff and better coordination of services for students with disabilities. The Academy will utilize 4 classrooms, a student meeting room, and essential facilities, with future potential for expanded life skills programming as enrollment and programming grows. Community members have voiced strong support for repurposing Jefferson Building in this way. The facility holds a great deal of history for Miles City, and transforming into a space that keeps students engaged and public education ensures that the building remains vibrant and meaningful in our community.
Local businesses and organizations have also emphasized the importance of earning a high school diploma, not just as a credential, but as a reflection of perseverance and readiness for employment. Our district's A and B data consistently shows a notable decline between the October and February count days, demonstrating how many students step away from school before completing their education. The Class Academy aims to intervene at the crucial moment by providing an accessible, flexible route to graduation within the public school system. A secondary goal of the Academy is to reconnect students who have already left the traditional school setting and to strengthen partnerships with homeschool families. Parents will be fully involved in the application process, the development of personalized learning plans, and ongoing communication. They will have full access to extracurricular activities, family engagement opportunities, district resources, and participation in a parent advisory committee. In summary, the Custer County Class Academy is designed to broaden opportunities for students, strengthen public education in Eastern Montana, and create a sustainable and innovative model that reflects both community needs and student realities. We believe this academy will allow us to better serve all learners those who thrive in traditional environments, and those who need something different. Thank you again for your time and thoughtful consideration, and we look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you guys. Now we will turn it over to Q&A from the board. Dr. Slinger, we'll start with you.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, before I start, I should mention that Miles Community College is identified in the application as a potential partner. We have a very strong, rich, and robust relationship with Custer County School District, and board member Niji is actually an employee of Miles Community College. So I think I've checked all the conflicts off, making sure everyone knows those on the record. So first, just like I did with the last one, I want to compliment you very much on the community outreach you did. I thought the survey results were meaningful. I thought they showed sincere intent on your part, but also demonstrated need in the community. So just want to compliment you on that in the application. We don't always see that level of community engagement from some of our applicants. So great job with that. Now for the questions. So on page 5, the district states it does not currently offer online coursework or graduation options or accelerating routes to earning a diploma. Why is it necessary to have a charter school to offer these options? And then the second part is how are you planning to be able to offer these new options in the district? What professional development you're planning, site visits, policy changes, et cetera?
Those are good questions. Space is one of the considerations for online classes, that also with students having some oversight from personnel within the school district. And so we don't really have the space to allow students to have online options where there's still oversight within the buildings. And because I would say I wasn't here the year that the schools went into closure for COVID, but I was here when we reopened after COVID. And we just saw that for the majority of our kids, they need that oversight that teachers and other staff can provide. And there's only just a handful of kids, which we've accounted for in our application, that really could do that online school on their own. And so that is one of the reasons that we haven't offered it, is within our buildings. We do allow some students to take from the Montana Digital Academy, but right now that is on their own. They fund that themselves. And so, and it has to be, per our policies, it has to be classes that we're not currently offering that they're taking, so that it's a new opportunity and not taking away from the classes that are offered. We know that in order to do online learning, that will require professional development. And also there's been requests from those who have expressed interest in potentially sharing the duties of teaching within our traditional buildings and the charter school, of visiting some of the place schools that already have online programs in the works, or have already been doing it and doing it successfully, to see how they are doing that and monitoring that and overseeing that as well. So professional development most likely would be looking at not reinventing the wheel, but looking at who is doing that, and then working with them to learn how to do that well as well.
And speaking on policy, you asked a question in regards to policy. I sit on the policy committee. We've looked into our policies. There would be some necessary changes in order to make this work. And we would just have to go through that process and take those policy changes to the board and okay in that direction.
And then I would just add to that this school, if charter school, if it was approved, would have its own handbook of procedures as well. So what Tyler's talking about is district policies that umbrella the entire district, but some of those procedures that are already outlined in our student handbook, those would be things that would look different in the Charter Academy handbook than they look for our traditional schools.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, on page 11, you describe hybrid learning options. And option number 3, it says fully remote, high self-paced, and virtual check-ins are optional. So it sounds to me like you're just describing a homeschool student. So I'm trying to find out, think like, how's that innovative? And how is that different or necessary?
We did write that in all of our type of student learner, even the fully remote, where those are optional, that all assessments would be on site. So there is a connection. Students, besides like the mass testing and the ACT, which would be required as state assessments, all assessments would be required that they take those on site. So there is that connection between students and the academy, even if and I guess that would probably be the biggest step toward the difference between just being homeschooled. And then the individualized learning plan. So even if a student is choosing to go completely remote for theirs, we're still going to be working on an individualized program to make sure that they're taking the right classes towards their pathway.
Thank you. That clears it up. Thanks. Executive Director Flynn, I'll open it up for the rest of the board.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you very much.
You're muted.
You muted yourself.
You muted yourself.
Oh, now you've unmuted.
I'm unmuted.
Now you're
I'm muted.
unmuted.
It's okay. Continue, please.
Okay, so page 6 of your application, I see that the maximum you're going to accept in your school is 62 people. Of course, we're concerned about money because the legislature has made us be concerned about money. But above that, it says maximum enrollment per year, 80 attending in person and 100 to 150 total with fully online options. Are you expecting A and B for those 100 to 150, or are you capping your enrollment at 62 and not going to expect A and B for the other 100 to 150? I'm confused by this. I don't understand.
Sure. So the 62 is the minimum enrollment, not the maximum. The maximum is that would be able to be all in person is 80. And that's because that's the size of the building that we have and the staffing that we have planned for. We know that potentially you could have beyond that of kids that maybe were homeschooled, maybe are re-engaging with the district, but want that completely remote option. We just picked an arbitrary number, 100, 150. We expect that we're going to be around that 80, but we know that we have to be at least at 62.
So which are we on the hook for, 80 or 150?
The budget is based on 62, but then it's not based on, even in the year after year one where there's no A and B, we've only figured it with 62.
Thank you.
Dr. Flynn, you gonna call on somebody?
Board Member Schmidt, my apologies.
Thank you. I want to say that I really appreciate your effort, especially the idea of proving that there can be innovative programming in Eastern Montana. That kind of made me laugh. But I do have a question based on your application. How will the daily schedule and the increased responsibility for transportation support students who are struggling with external life challenges and academic challenges? It seems like you're adding some responsibility when they're already struggling.
In the area of, in the area of transportation, you said specifically?
Transportation and the daily schedule. I'm looking at your at the daily schedule on page 15, and I'm wondering how that's different, how adding transportation as the responsibility, how all of those things are supporting students.
So transportation is already the responsibility of families within, we don't provide any transportation in the Miles City School District. So that, I guess, it doesn't address somebody that has transportation issues, because we don't provide transportation to any of our 1,400 students. The academy is set up in a way that their students have the option of being there for the exact same times that the rest of our school district is running. So that if they're being dropped off by family, neighbors, whomever is getting them to school, that they can do that at the same time that it works for the rest of the community, but also giving them the flexibility to come later or to leave early for some of those students that have demonstrated that they can't get to school until 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, or that have demonstrated that they need to leave early for work release so that they can earn money and contribute towards their family, or so it has that flexibility to be a shortened day, a reduced day, with then an asynchronous component to their learning, or to fit to the structure that is Miles City has traditionally followed for many decades.
Thank you.
Board Member Quinlan, we'll do one quick question before.
Thank you. You appear to have a strong emphasis on special students who are currently served with special education services. I'm looking at your FTE. You have a full-time special ed teacher assigned to the program. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Have you identified special education students as a significant category of at-risk students for you? Just elaborate for us.
Yeah, sure. So we have identified that students that are served under IDEA are an at-risk population. And we do have an alternative program in our high school currently. But in order to be part of that program, parents have to revoke services under IDEA. So students who are traditionally served under—
Excuse me, I just want to ask, because that puzzled me. Is that a federal regulation or is that your district regulation?
I think that's I believe it's the district's regulation. It's a 10-seat alternative school earning an alternative diploma, the 20 credits.
Okay.
Yep. And so that hasn't necessarily been an option for students, or they don't feel like it's an option that they can take if they aren't provided those services. And we had special education, high school resource teacher, and our alternative school teacher on our charter school committee. And both of them have identified that group of students who would otherwise go through the alternative program are students that would have a strong desire to and would be a good fit for the charter program.
And will this charter school replace your existing alternative high school?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to pause now and go to public comment, and then we'll come back. For those interested in making public comment who are in the attendees, please raise your hand now. All right, seeing none, let's go back to Q&A. Dr. McLean.
Thanks so much, McCall. Members of the board, great presentation. Folks from Miles City, great to see all of you. Very intriguing application. I'm with the Montana University System, and we've been eyeball deep with our partners at OPI and the Department of Labor and Industry on the Future Ready effort. And so I'm looking at your proposal. I think that I think is chock full of opportunities. I love that you have the 7th and 8th graders in there. And then you have your 9th through 12th graders. So through the STARS Act, as everyone knows, schools will be paid based not only on what they see at the high school level, but also on those middle schools from which those students completed. There will be an incentive provided to those middle schools as well. So I think there's some real opportunities here. So I'm just wondering, for the team there in Miles City, how will you plan to ensure that your 7th and 8th grade and also your high school students leave your program future ready, so that you can build that model into your sustainability effort, I think.
I think one of the things that we've tried to include in our application is the opportunities for students not only to take like CTE courses through the Montana Digital Academy or another online platform, but to keep them connected to our traditional programs as well, because we have strong programs in those areas, both at the junior high and the high school. And then our Pathways program has always kind of been a thing that as students are coming up through the grades, that they are kind of excited, and it kind of ignites an excitement to get to those grade levels so that they can participate in those programs that allow for both dual credit and college opportunities, but also pathways into future careers. Dr. Slinger had said earlier that we work closely with MCC, and that is true. And we work with the other community colleges and university systems to the degree where we're able to individualize with students. And so I think between those, still having those options of traditional offerings within the school that are based in our community, and then also the Pathways program that gets students out into possible careers and into college courses during high school, are both ways that we do that from 7 through 12.
All right, Chair Tharp.
Thank you. So many of the alt-ed programs over these last 3 years have had this vision of bringing back homeschool students. Do you have any numbers on how many homeschoolers are currently in Custer County High School District, and anything from parents on what percentage might actually come back?
Yeah, so when we did our stakeholder survey, we worked with the county superintendent as well as the secretaries within our district to get addresses and emails for as many homeschooled families as we could. We identified 47 homeschooled students in grades 7 through 11 that might potentially come back or have maybe even a combination schedule. Some of them already do. They might attend choir and band in our school district and then take their core classes through homeschooling. All of those 47 students, we reached out with our survey, and we had response from a handful, not a lot, and that doesn't necessarily mean that we wouldn't continue those efforts to make connections with them. But I would say between 5 and 10 of those students who identified they'd be interested in our academy.
Board Member Finland.
Thank you. I guess I would like to hear more about a concern that I really have had with any of our charter school applications that have a heavy reliance on remote learning in particular. The successful charter schools that we've seen that focus on proficiency-based education and flexible scheduling also include trusted advisors or a lead teacher, someone who's building a one-on-one relationship with the students that are in the charter school. And I would like to know, have you talked about that? What might that look like? I have concerns that when a responsibility is assigned to, say, 4 or 5 people, it's less likely to sort of be done well than if you have a one-on-one relationship with the student. So could you talk about that?
Yep, sure. So if you look at our application, you'll notice that because we have intentions of moving our special services over to the same building for shared staffing, and that our director, who's got an administrative degree, would be at that building as well. We've created a dean of students position versus a principal position. And one of the tasks of the dean of students would be to be an advisor to a portion of those students, building relationships, helping work through their personalized learning plans, building connections with family and parents, in order to make sure that they're on the track that works for them as far as the model for what type of student that we've identified, how they best learn, whether that's completely online, partially online, or fully in person. We also have a Pathways coordinator that's currently at the high school that runs our Pathways program and works with our community and our Miles Community College. That right now is a part-time position at the high school. So we've had conversations about extending that to a full-time position or a greater FTE in order that they could spend time working, especially with those juniors and seniors on their career pathways and helping them identify the appropriate classes and to personalize their plans and make sure that they're on track. And then we are, I'm not going to use the word overstaffed. By accreditation requirements, we are well over the number of counselors that we need per 400 students. Right now we sit with 3 full-time counselors in addition to the Pathways coordinator at the high school. So we've had quite a bit of talk about how counseling can be shared, and so that they are there as personal, to make personal relationships with students, to guide them with credits and taking the classes that are appropriate, kind of keeping track of monitoring their progress and making sure that they're on a pathway to what they're looking to do as they move through school and into adult life.
Thank you.
And we're limiting our class size. And I guess another deal is in the in-person, that's why we're limiting the class size a little bit too, so it doesn't get, like when we talked in the application, like in would be 80 because that's about the building can hold. And then for an instructor and stuff, you start getting over those class sizes that get too big, then we start losing some, like you're talking about, that individual one-on-one connections with those students.
McCall, I have a follow-up question if nobody else has a question.
Sure, we just have about 2 minutes. So
okay,
can
you elaborate on what this program is going to look like for 7th and 8th graders? I know you've talked generally, but are they just where will they be? Are they going to be at the Jefferson Elementary campus there with the high school program? How are you going to make sure you're serving that age group?
Yep, so they will be at the Jefferson building, as well as our high schoolers that choose to apply for the academy. But we are looking to divide them by classroom. So they won't necessarily be, a 7th grader and a 12th grader sitting next to each other, but they would be in a similar space.
Okay.
Right now, we've identified 4 classrooms that we'd like for classroom areas. Obviously, if we went all the way to 80, that's 20 kids per classroom. We're hoping that we're closer to that 62, and that so we're closer to 15 per classroom instead. And then we have some shared spaces as well. We have a space for food services for students that remain on campus to eat. There's a gym in that space as well that we could utilize if necessary. And then we have some individual meeting rooms for like discussions with counselors or advisors, but also for students that need a quieter place when they're testing and so it'll be divided up, but they will share a school.
And their core classes will be delivered at the charter school for the 7th and 8th graders?
That would be the idea, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time today, and we will chat with you soon.
All right, thank you.
Wait, public comment?
Right, thank you. I already did it.
Oh, that's right,
Thank you.
sorry.
All right, we're gonna move along. Thank you so much. All right, now we are heading to Lions Path Academy. Just so you know, we will take a short break after this, if you were wondering. So hold on. All right, Gwen, I see you on. I'm hoping you have everyone there. Yes, perfect.
Just
How are you
gonna
guys?
adjust. We're good. Can you see everybody okay? I'm gonna tilt this down a little bit.
Can.
Yes.
Madeline, you
great.
still have your hand up.
And you can hear us okay?
Yes.
We can, and I'm going to turn it right over to you. It's 10:10, so take it away.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cole Cavan. I'm one of the assistant principals here at Lockwood High School. This is Gwen Poole. She's our principal here at Lockwood High School, and then our superintendent, Don Christman. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity today. We'd like to present to you our vision with our alternative education here plan with our Lions Path Academy. And the main focus here is ideas of school within a school. Our biggest emphasis here is that we'd like to provide supports and services to all of our students here. And in doing so, I'll talk about some of the things that we have, I guess our vision here to be built into this program. But the big thing is identifying students that are transitioning into high school that could, obviously benefit from additional supports, and also to target some of our existing population of students that are currently enrolled and falling behind. And there's a lot of things that we have built in here, not only to identify, but also provide those supports in a sustainable and a consistent way. But again, our biggest vision here is to engage all of our learners and to continue to provide opportunities for all of those kids, including those kids that are currently falling behind. A few things that we have in our Lions Path here is in the school, within the school is our plan is to provide our core instruction here with our existing and hopefully some future teachers to have those classes be capped at about 14. So we want to limit our class sizes so that they're, not large, and there's a lot more one-on-one, interaction with our teacher and being able to provide those supports to our kids. So that would be their core instruction, our math, history, science, English classes, and then their elective credits would just be alongside the rest of the general population, woods, art, foods, those classes, Spanish. Part of the intake process is working alongside, our teachers, our transition with our admin from our middle school and our current counselor, identifying those students that could be potential candidates, reaching out to those students in individual meetings, and also reaching out to those parents or guardians, providing that opportunity and explaining them what this program exactly is. And the big emphasis here too is partnership with our parents. I think that's a huge piece in the support and success of their kids. So along with that, the students, they are required to provide an entrance essay. They're supposed to go through their future goals. And then things that are built in there too is we do have different graduation requirements for our students, because one thing we were hung up on is how do we continue to incentivize and put accountability on our learners. Just putting them at the base 20 credits, kids, we can see them getting there and just getting a diploma. We don't want this to be a diploma mill here. So we implemented a tiered system for graduation requirements. We currently require our students, all students graduate at 24 credits. Obviously the state minimum being 20. So we do have students that are identified that would still just be on a tier 1, would graduate with our current 24 credits, but we do require all students in the program and all students tier 1, 2, or 3 to have a mentor. And so on that tier 1, they would get to 24 with a mentor. What the mentor program is, there are existing teachers that are volunteering their time to meet with these students on a weekly basis. We have a Google form so that will go out to all these teachers for their weekly check-ins, and that'll funnel back into myself and our counselor to just have those, see those check-ins and see how things are going. Tier 2, the additional requirement there is a capstone project, and also, again, the mentor, and then community service. What the capstone looks like, I believe it's in your application, but a quick overview. Our biggest emphasis is for our students to engage in career exploration, something they want to do with their future goals and post-secondary options. And then, of course, they'll have to come back with that capstone and present that to a panel. Myself, the counselor, and our Aurora teachers. And I guess in a nutshell, basically, they're going to need to explain their experience and then their roadmap to success. You know, what programs, what secondary, post-secondary options do they need to achieve that goal, FAFSA, all of that. And then, of course, even just the outlook on that career of, you know, their potential earnings and certificates and all of that. And then tier 3, basically the requirements just double. We have an additional 2-part requirement for the capstone. And then both tier 2 and both tier 3, there is a community service requirement, 10 hours for tier 2, 20 hours for tier 3, which are very reasonable. And our intent there is these students, we want them on this second chance or an alternative pathway, not only taking accountability, but also to engage in our community. And so our requirement on that, as long as it's not paid, it's on their own time, that we'll count it. We have opportunities here at the school and also partnerships with other local businesses, food bank, our Optimist program, and pet shelters, you name it, they can do that. We do require if they are, you get past the first phase of, you know, their entrance application, which is fairly lengthy, then we will meet with the parents and we will explain the whole process with them, the whole program, our expectations. Students are required to meet those weekly meetings. If they're not, then of course I see those on the Google Sheet. First time we'll have a conference with the student and a phone call home. The second time would be initiate a parent meeting, and then the third one we'd be potentially looking at you know, additional supports or what's that? Or program removal. Yes, hopefully not. In addition to that, with our mentor meetings, myself and our counselor, we are splitting that roster each month. So for this month, let's say for an example, I would meet with half of that rostered students, and then she would meet with the other half, and then we would flip flop. So these students have a lot of eyes on them. They have a lot of supports. Their teachers are reporting on them. We meet with the teachers or plan to meet with them on a monthly basis, sometimes even probably more frequently if there's a need. And trying to think if I'm missing a lot here. Trying to give you guys it all as quick as I can, because I know you guys have a lot of questions as well here. But our big piece here is we want our students that are, let's say, being left behind or and just struggling for whatever reasons. We do have a demographic of students that they don't have a lot of support at home sometimes, and this is their support system. And we don't want to close doors on these kids. We want to provide opportunities, and a lot of students think they already have their roadmap mapped out. And so sometimes we want to sit down and have those big picture moments and give them that counseling and that direction that they might need. So that's the basis of it. Do you guys have anything to add?
No, just wait for questions.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Slinger.
Thank you so much. So it's good to see you again. I do want to just compliment you. I am a big fan of individualized learning plans, and I see that woven in here. I think they could be really transformational, especially for the population that you're talking about. So great job with that. I love seeing that in there. So I have to admit, when I was reviewing this, it seemed very similar to what you submitted last year. Could you tell me any distinct differences that you think this plan compared to last year's application that enhances this application so we could consider it more thoroughly?
So the biggest response that we got, the biggest thing to work on was number 4 in describing the public schools academic program, because we had spread that out through the application rather than focusing on the individualized learning plans, behavior intervention programming, and we'd spread that out through the whole application. and the original application just had a paragraph on there.
Mhm.
Otherwise, we didn't change a lot with this because we know what our capacities are here, and we know what our space is, and we know exactly how many teachers coming into the program we can accommodate, how many students we could push it to possibly 60, but we're looking at. So none of that part changed, but we did really clear up our academic programming approach, because it was, after I went back and looked at other people's, it was really, really weak in that area. And unless you knew what you were looking for, you wouldn't find that spread out in the other pages of the application.
I would also add that one of the things that we have found is just really impactful for our students is that mentoring. And so we really wanted to make sure that that thread stayed throughout all of the tiers, regardless of our student. And interestingly, last couple of weeks, we've had some of our students who had been in our under our umbrella of alternative ed students come back just to check in, grab their transcripts, because now they've enrolled in cosmetology school, or they've decided that they needed to go further because they wanted to be a manager in their current company that they're working for, so they needed to take an additional class, and found out that they needed to have their transcripts. So they're coming back, and one of the things that they say is the connection with us in the admin, where we regularly met with them, and then their mentor. And so that's one of those things, is we didn't get awarded last year, but we feel very confident in the plan that we have, based on it's really centered in making those connections with those students and making sure they have the supports. And I think a strength is the parent meetings that I have got to see Mr. Kevin work through with the student and the parent. And we wouldn't want to change that just to have a new application for the charter school. We really just feel that we're pretty confident that what we have written could be sustainable and impactful.
Thank
And
you.
Rhonda, back on that too, I just think it's what we're able to offer right now, our capacity with our teachers. We would like this to be not only expand, but to be sustainable. And we are finding too that we're losing some of our students, and we want to keep them here at Lockwood. And that's another piece in my little overview there, I left out a big key component is offering that HiSET as well. So, we have an area here that the HiSET's not, that available to a lot of this population, and with a larger Class A school, we definitely would benefit our students with offering that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So page 8, the graduate requirements and tiered credit pathways. So you're talking about a at-risk population, is that you're wanting to serve and wanted to, really engage here, which is great. How does a capstone project and community service being added add to their possibility of completing? And I'm very concerned about statewide, not Lockwood, but statewide competencies, right? And then testing and math and English and so forth. So how are those things going to help? Because it seems in some cases it's adding things, or is this supposed to supplant some electives that they would be taking?
I would just say one of our key pieces is we want to hold the integrity of our diploma. We definitely don't want to say, we always want to see how much runway can we give students. We don't want to say you're at your runway. We want to be able to keep doors open, as Mr. Cavan said, but we still want to preserve the integrity. And through those additional, it gives us a little bit more runway. It also, by working with a mentor and other supports to create that capstone, there's an more awareness potentially of our goals, of what we need to get there, more doors that open, that the diploma isn't the end game. It's actually another door opener. And so twofold is the tiered system helps us determine what supports do the students need, because some students just need that mentor, and that's enough, that connection. So I would say it's preserving our integrity of the diploma. We do not want to be a diploma mill, but we really want all of our students to have that diploma. And the capstone idea gives us more touches with that student on helping them to understand and develop their goals, and what really, I have this goal, but what really do I need to get there? Is it feasible? Do I need to make adjustments?
You know, and I think with that capstone too, I mean, any demographic of student, but I think especially this group of students, it's that experiential learning piece as well, and opening their eyes to what's beyond these walls. And I think one of my best examples is 2 weeks ago, we actually went out to City College and we saw all of these really cool programs that they offered. It was just 1 and 2 year certificates. And I had a student come in and he actually was, he gave up and in the last couple months, and he was really gung ho about getting his diploma, and asked what happened, and some stuff at home was going on. And so he was going to go work at JCPenney. So we crunched some numbers, $28,000 a year before taxes. And so I started talking to him about these opportunities that even City College would offer him if he got his diploma with us. And I mean, he's right back in school right now, and he wants to achieve that. So I think the capstone, and it's not something that they go out and do a job shadow and they do a little essay on. I actually have a mock-up of what that would look like right here. Everything from what they should observe and ask during the observation. Then the second piece, it's a very involved presentation that they have to come through. I mean, this is going to take them weeks and several hours, a lot of hours to put together everything from a portfolio, research portfolio, the career overview, educational and training pathway, the financial career outlook, the roadmap to success, and then the reflection component. Within each one of those, it's very involved. So I just think that that's going to be a real eye opener, and it really is going to be something that when they leave here, they're going to know exactly how they're going to achieve their goals and succeed. And I do think that brings, with 22 to 24 credits, they're doing that additional work that our other students are gaining that credit in class. They're gaining it outside on their own.
And Tom, I agree with you. I get concerned about graduation and what kids are learning and how they're going out into the world. But the last thing we want to do is make a program that just makes it easy for them to get through, so we keep our numbers up. Because our graduation rate is good. I mean, it's good, but that 4 to 6% of the kids who are in programming, we don't want them to just think that they've been given everything and go out into the world thinking that's how it's going to be. We support the kids. I'm a mentor of students, have been for a long time now. But I also do not give them handouts. I give them the advice of, you need to be here every day. You need to be in class. And if they choose to do a capstone, we'll sit with them and work through them with it. But we want them to also honor the fact that they've chosen this path and that they're earning a diploma that they should be just as proud of as anybody else. And we don't want it to be a handout just so we get great graduation rates. We're not doing it that way. So there's a lot of pride that went into this. And as a former special education teacher, I worked in so many districts where those kids were off in their own place. Nobody ever saw them. We are truly believe in integration here. That's why we want to have a school within school. We don't want to isolate these kids and make them feel like they're less than, but we also want to hold them to a standard that lets them see that they actually can do these things. And lastly, a lot of these kids need to learn the things that those capstones teaches them because they come from homes where that knowledge isn't available. And they're going to have to be their own spokesperson and their own advocate once they leave here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think every kid at your school should go visit City College, because they do, it's inspiring what they do over there. It really is. So thank you. Executive Director Flynn.
Thank you. Dr. McLean.
Thanks so much, McCall. Members of the board, Team in Lockwood, a great presentation. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed reading your application. Angela McLean from the Montana University System. I really appreciated the mention of FAFSA completion as part of the financial literacy component that you folks are going to zero in on at Lockwood. One of the other things that I think is particularly intriguing for me is the opportunities that you present with your 3 tiers to intentionally integrate the future ready component of the STARS Act. And one of the questions I have along that line is, how do you engage the mentor to ensure that all of your students will graduate future ready with at least 15 of those credits or more?
One of the key pieces there is, yes, for the STARS Act, but really this is our structured time with students, our last structured given time with our students. And so that future ready is exactly I guess paramount in what we're looking for. And it's also that because you're in this particular programming, things aren't closed off to you. And so part of the mentoring program that Mr. Cavan has designed, and part of our responsibility as mentors is, yes, we're going to check in with grades, we're going to check in with the goals, we're going to check in with those goals, what do you need? It's part of our mentors have agreed, they aren't forced to do this. So it's, they want to share some of their experiences. This is how, you know, I got here. This might not be your path, but when we have it, just our own experience, when we have our own, only our experiences to go off, we might not see the peripheral. We might not be able to see those opportunities that are there. So the FAFSA, one thing is we have a parent meeting, and we often have noticed that that doesn't mean that they're going to then complete their FAFSA. So we bring another night together where we have people on hand and computers, kiosks to help them complete their FAFSA. So, you know, it's these pieces that we don't want to, as Dr. Anita Archer stated, commit a suicide, that just because we have it written or just because we have these things set up that they will take part, they will know how to do it, they will complete it. So that mentor is doing that regular check-in with the student to continually chart their path with them, check in on their path, and then pivot as necessary.
Yeah, well, I really think you have a built-in mechanism, and it's perhaps the first one that I've seen to support in an intentional way each student to that future ready piece. And then I would just close, and I have a quick question. How closely have you coordinated with or worked with MSUB and City College on this effort?
Well, we're currently in the process of teaming with School District 2 to write a grant that would bring the TRIO program back to our campus. We've been having meetings now and trying to find out what the viability of that is, but we work very closely with their placement personnel and with their enrollment personnel. Any student here that wants to go to college, we get them to what they need, where they need to be to at least get the enrollment information and those things done. But we want to increase that. TRIO was a great program, and I'm hoping that this grant does come back through, because this population are the kids that does need someone to check on them, someone that gets them there, helps them with whether they're going to a community college or a technical college, getting them there and getting them enrolled. Because again, they don't have that support at home. So it makes it a little bit more difficult for them to follow through with the enrollment process. And it is built in, but we also are trying to increase as much of our on-campus career pathways through CTE and those things as well, to get them interested in different things. We've added 2 more pathways this year, or 1 more pathway this year, 1 last year. And it's surprising how we fill up before they're even ready to go. We're full for the whole year now in both programs. And these are the kids that are going to take some of those jobs after going through these courses. So we're doing everything we can to get them to school. It would be nice, though, if we could continue to partner. We have a great partnership with our local colleges. It would be nice if we could expand that further and have actual programming that says, here's where you go next. So we're hoping that this grant is successful and can clinch that part of it. So we have that support on the other side.
And that was part of why we went there was it just last week?
Yeah,
two weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Kayla Payne is just really a resource with City College, her knowledge, but she's been able to bring us some pathways that we can offer to all students, you know, but we have EMT course, we have CNA course here. So we have a lot that are on campus of interest, but we really need to take our students to the City College so they can just see how expansive is it, how diverse, and how attainable. I think those are kind of the key pieces there, and it's in our neighborhood, so it's not scary. We're not going to be trekking across the state to take advantage of City College. We're going to really travel within 7 minutes, and Kaylee's going to be there ready to help us. So she has come to our campus several times. She's just quite a resource for us as knowledge, but also for our students. If they can see and make contact with her, they're going to be more likely to go see her at City College. So our first step will be taking our students there so they don't feel uncomfortable stepping on that campus.
All right, I'm going to pause and shift to public comment. If there's anyone in the attendees that would like me to make public comment, please raise your hand now. All right, seeing none, we'll go back to Q&A. Dr. Tharp.
Thank you. For Lockwood, do you see anything under code or rule right now that prohibits you from doing any of this that would require you to need a charter school?
That would prohibit, say that again, Tim, I'm sorry.
Are there any impediments in either law or code that or rule that serves as an impediment for you doing any of these things right now?
No, where we're lacking a little bit is our capacity. You know, some of becoming a charter school, having our step-in plan is really our capacity to deliver these things in a sustainable way, not in a hit and miss. We have the capacity to maybe mentor, 10 kids or 12 kids. We really want this more a plan that we know that we can do consistently and sustainably.
Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. I have a question about your staffing plan. And I'm on page 13 of your application. So I see that in years 3, 4, and 5, you're working up to 3 full-time teachers and 1 full-time counselor and other positions there. But how's this going to work during year 1 and 2, especially year 1, you have one FTE teacher for what you hope to be an enrollment of 40 students?
Yeah. I keep talking. I need to stop talking. But part of ours is we are going to embed those needs within our master schedule. That stretches our capacity and limits, some of our entrance into some other seats for our general population students. But until we can graduate into the staffing plan that we have, we will just put it in our master schedule. We have 4 teachers in each core subject area. And so that would just mean that we would take a section, depending on the student, probably 2 to 3 sections of English. We do have 5 teachers for English, knowing that we need to provide some reading intervention for some students who are not Roar kids, but just are in need of those services. So we plan to embed it in our master schedule. What that will do then is increase our class size a little bit in each of the other sections for the general population. But we haven't met the state limit at our in our master schedule for any of our classes yet. So our total
Can I just make
population.
sure I understand what you're saying when you say embed into the master schedule? Are you actually, so the kids that are in the charter school are going to be in with the sort of regular public school program for some of these courses?
Yeah, well, they're a school within a school, so we will have, let's say, 3rd period will be a Roar math class.
Okay.
So we would have our general population in that 3rd period. We would just push them out into the 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th, 7th class period, and Roar 3rd period would be reserved for our Roar or for our Lions Path alternative ed students. So we would embed it. We would take a teacher that we currently have, and then use one or 2 of their class periods for our alternative ed students only. So we wouldn't have a mixed population during that set-aside period.
Thank you.
I saw it so clearly in my head.
Yeah.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you. Just a comment. One of my concerns on all the applications.
You're muted, Renee.
Why am I doing that? I'm double clicking. One of my concerns on all the applications is the requirement for parental involvement. I just want to compliment you on the strength of that aspect of your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? All right, seeing none, I'll turn it back over to you guys. Any last minute comments?
We just thank you for inviting us to do this again. We have learned a lot over the course of this, and I want to also compliment Mr. Cavan and Gwen on the planning that went into the potential Lions Roar Academy versus just trying to do a very small alternative ed program that we can manage with what we have. This would expand it into a true alternative ed program with the hopes that with the development of this over the years, that the HiSET program is here. We're not losing kids to our neighboring district to take a HiSET when we can do it right here where they went to high school. So there's things in here that we're hoping that we can build in and expand the little bit that we can do right now.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our before our break. So we're going to take a quick break for board members. We will be back. We will start promptly at 11. So we're going to stop us now. Chris will pause our recording and the YouTube, and we will come back starting at 11 o'clock with Park Pathways. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was having so much different last year. Not kidding.
Executive Director Flynn, if you could crack the whip and get my peers back on camera, that would be great. There they are. There they are.
Chris, do you want to remove the shared screen? Thank you.
Everyone is just hiding to try and stress me out. That's very kind of all of you. Thank you.
That's right. And I am going to let Superintendent Johnson in so we can get ready on time. Get started on time.
Dr. Tharp, is that sweatshirt message of be kind? Is that for me? Just to.
Would expect nothing less than from Miles Community College, and so you don't even need a reminder.
Does it come in royal blue?
Dr. Slinger, Dr. Tharp, are you guys ready?
You're always kind, Dr. Slinger, always.
Thank you. Yes, I am ready. Dr. Tharp?
Do your magic, Chris.
We're ready to roll. All right, Superintendent Johnson, I will turn it over to all of you. Thanks for being on, and we're ready to roll. Thanks.
Kind of coming in from the side here. Good morning. Chair Tharp, Director Flynn, members of the board. Good morning. It's great to see everybody. Thank you. You were supposed to keep it on that way. Just want to thank you for taking your time this morning as we present the Park Pathways School for a proposed public charter school in the Livingston area for students grades 7 through 12. My name is Chad Johnson, superintendent here at Livingston Public Schools. And we have a team here who will introduce themselves as we go through each of their components. And so again, thank you. We're trying to keep this concise, so we'll move straight into the portion. So we got time for more questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ann Penn Cox. I'm the Director of Student Services here in Livingston. Park Pathways School is being proposed to you all to meet a clear and growing need in our community here in Livingston. A learning environment built around flexibility, personalization, and proficiency-based pathways. Our vision is to cultivate a dynamic learning environment and community where every student is connected academically, socially, and personally to meaningful and relevant work. The mission of Park Pathways is to ensure that every student has a viable, individualized route to graduation and post-secondary success, especially those for whom traditional structures have not yet been effective.
Hi, my name is Hannah Scheider. I'm a school psychologist with the district, and I serve grades 6 through 12. I'm going to speak a little bit to the rationale for some of the reasons we're bringing this public charter forward. Over the several years, we've just seen some persistent patterns that really call for a new educational model in our district. One is just seeing more and more students disengage from traditional school structures. We've seen this in our early warning system where students are at risk for credit deficiency or non-graduation. We've also seen increasing attendance concerns, especially since 2020 with a lot more unexcused absences. We also see a lot of our families choosing different alternatives to public education. Park County right now has about 120 homeschooled students being reported alongside enrollment in private programs. We also have quite a few students moving to our online program and also a number of students opting for a hybrid between homeschool and public school. And families are consistently asking us for more flexible and applied learning options. We also see a growing need for rigorous real-world career-connected learning for students. This is coming from local employers, community partners, and our families. They want access to hands-on learning experiences. Recent community surveys showed that about 83% of our families prefer students to learn in flexible, self-directed and collaborative learning environments. And 92% of families believe that students need to learn through project and work-based learning opportunities. And we also have seen a need or request for more parent community involvement in our programming. And we believe we could increase opportunities through this charter to have more parent-school collaboration. I'll hand it over to Todd.
Hi, I'm Todd Wester. I'm the curriculum director here at Livingston. And you've seen a lot of charter applications, and I know you've read ours, and so I won't belabor too much of the points that are a lot like what you've already seen from other schools that are interested in having a greater approach to project-based learning, inquiry-based learning, multidisciplinary learning. We do want to do all of that. What I want to describe for you is what makes us really uniquely different from any of the applications that you've seen so far. And that is that we envision a model where students sit down with instructional advisors who are certified teachers or possibly persons that are paraprofessionals or instructors that come to us in other ways, but who can sit down and work with the students on how they could meet each and every standard that they have to meet through Montana accreditation standard, but do it in a unique and individualized way. We can imagine that a student might, through one large year-long interdisciplinary project-based, possibly work-based experience, accomplish all of the standards that they would have to do in, let's say, a sophomore year in high school. The way that we would demonstrate that students had achieved those standards would be through portfolio assessment. So students would have multiple different ways to be able to demonstrate proficiency in the standard, and then credit would be awarded on a proficiency basis by teachers certified in the subject areas. So we think that there's a way to really vastly individualize the student experience by starting with standards and figuring out how we're going to achieve those through a variety of experiences.
Good morning. My name is Becky Ayler. I'm the principal of Sleeping Giant Middle School here in Livingston. To expand some of our target population of students that we intend on having as a part of our alternative school and pathways would be students that have been identified through our early warning systems, any students that have been persistent non-responders to our current MTSS interventions, any students experiencing trauma, mental health needs, or disengagement overall, students who are career focused or advanced learning, seeking accelerated opportunities to be able to expand their opportunities in high school and middle school, any students currently withdrawn from our public education system, twice exceptional and gifted students, as well as students seeking meaningful community and work-based learning opportunities.
Great. And just to drive us home, we wanted to touch on how we've gone about gathering significant community support. So we actually had a community outreach committee that worked alongside this team, and that included parents, school leaders, community members, and some district staff. And that team really set out to generate themes and lists of things that our community is needing right now, that these students are needing right now with respect to alternative programming. We have plenty of letters of support that are linked in the application from parents, educators, business leaders, community partners, as well as our Park County Superintendent. We've hosted several community nights and focus groups representing a broad range of parents, community agencies, employers, mental health professionals, law enforcement, and district staff. And we also have disseminated and unpacked a district-wide community survey to show a demand for flexible and personalized learning models. So as you can see here in your application, there is support for an alternative learning environment, and it is both broad and very deep in our community.
And we think the Park Pathways is thoughtfully designed, community-driven, research-informed type of opportunity that really envisions innovation, creativity, personalization, and work-based learning, project-based learning type of opportunities. We feel that we're prepared to operate this school with fidelity, transparency, and overall, more so than anything, a deep commitment to our students and our community. And so we do appreciate your consideration for Park Pathways, and we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. We will turn it over to our board members for questions. Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say that I'm a strong supporter of individualized learning, and I really appreciate this application. Thank you for taking the time and effort to go through this process. I also want to say thank you for the evidence of the strong community support. You guys have done a lot to demonstrate the need and the support. I do have a couple of questions. First, the elephant in the room. You're hoping to purchase the empty newspaper building. What's your backup plan if you can't get that purchased?
Well, thank you. Backup plan right now is if we don't go there, we're not considering Washington at this point. That school is just a facility that requires so much upgrade and upkeep to go over there. We're actually investigating. There are approximately 2 to 3 other, I would consider commercial vacant buildings that are in the community. They're not necessarily adjacent to or close to our main campus, much like the Enterprise is. The Enterprise is just such a dreamy place. You know, we don't have to worry about transportation. We don't have to worry about school nutrition. There's so many things that make that site just the prime opportunity. But we're currently investigating other commercial type buildings that can host the capacity of the students and staff that we're looking at right now. And so, yeah, that is the elephant in the room. It is not 100% solved at this point, but we're in the middle of that negotiations process right now.
So as a follow-up to that, how far along are you? Does it look like that's a possibility or not?
It's a great question. We will have a much clearer answer for you at the January board meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
If not before.
Okay. I do have one more question before I pass it over to other board members. Professional development for teachers, where individualized learning and the whole curriculum and the schedule and everything that you've described in your application is very different from traditional education. What kind of professional development will you offer to your teachers?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. That's been the primary concern for me as well. I think that we first have to do a great job of sourcing people who will function in an environment like that that's so very different than sort of the stepwise march through content in a typical classroom. One where you've got to have a diverse variety of different life experiences probably to be able to customize each student's approach based on their interests. So it starts with careful selection of staff, and then it continues with strong professional development. I've been moved by some of the work that Mark Casasa has been doing. I don't know if you've followed some of what he's done, but he's got a program where he's teaching teachers how to do project-based teaching and work-based teaching by working with students who are learning in that design. So it's almost like work-based learning for the teacher. So we're working hard on what our professional development design would be. We know it would have to be novel and unique, and it probably would have to be ongoing over a long period of time, providing these teachers with things like externships and things like that. And the reason that it's important to me, we had a teacher at one point come to me and say, I know this is the right way to go, this multidisciplinary teaching, but I didn't learn that way and I don't know how to teach it. Mm-hmm. And so that really got the gears in motion for us, thinking along the lines of how would we teach teachers to operate in a model like that.
Thank you.
Board Member Rasmussen.
I unmuted once. I'm looking at your budget that was attached. And I'm looking at your first year. I don't know if you need to pull that up and reference it, but I'm looking at your first year. And in your first year, you have no A and B funding per student, which is correct, but you also don't have any basic entitlement, which you are entitled to if you're going to run a school your first year. The second year, you have A and B funding per student, and then you have that totaled. But your entitlement payment for 9-12 is 291, and I believe that's incorrect. I believe that's an incorrect number. That's an old number. I believe that it's 300 and let me see. I believe it's 364 or thereabouts. So I'm concerned with your app. I'm just going to be honest. If you can't get the numbers right, you know, I'm concerned with your application. Can you explain to me what you were thinking with these numbers?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Renee, because I know you're a straight shooter too. I was familiar until this morning, to be honest with you, and so I missed that in the directions, and really a budget can be redone in no time. But I was under the impression, it sounded like we even had members here in this meeting that it was 80% of the entitlement is what we received, and so that is what I used as a calculation. If that's not correct, then my sources for entitlement off of OPI are I'm not doing a very good job, and therefore you should have that concern. And so I knew the A and B would be there the second year. So it's I guess it's the 80%, and I was also fully prepared worst case scenario, looking at no funding that first year. I did hear along the way that that entitlement funding was there, but I was just incorrect in that piece.
Okay.
To me, that's an easy fix.
Can I make a quick clarification? Sorry. The law does say that it is 80% of the basic entitlement. We as a board have to consider 100%.
Gotcha.
So I do want to make that clarification this morning when we were asked that question. So you could look that up in the law. It's 20-6-812. I just want to make that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Can I ask a clarifying question? Because this one's important. So what the district will receive is the 80%. But
when a public charter, go ahead.
What the district will receive is the 80%, but what the Board of Public Ed has to consider is the 100% basic entitlement. That's part of the limit for the $1 million.
I believe so. I can get that clarity from the Office of Public Instruction, but it says that they're to send us the third year of the basic entitlement, and the basic entitlement amounts they sent us was the full amount, not the 80% of the amount.
Okay, I think we're going to need more discussion on that. Thanks.
I don't want to take up time for somebody else's time to do this, so we will check. Dr. Tharp.
Thank you. Chad, any consultation with the group that submitted a proposal last year going outside of your school district?
You know, we did, yeah, Chair Tharp, that conversation, we've had the ability to talk about it at board meetings, but it did not reinvigorate itself simply because we found as the district, it wasn't so much a K-5, K-6 type of programming where we were seeing that reduction of enrollment or leaving our program or whatever happened to be. It's really a need within the 7 through 12 arena. And so there was no indication at this point that they were showing any promise of that. However, what we have intended all along, that is, if the 7 through 12 portion becomes successful, then we would obviously return to the table and have that conversation.
Okay.
Dr. McLean?
Thanks, McCall. Thanks, Chad. Hi, everybody in Livingston. Hi, board. Yeah, I really love the fact that the 7th grade is included in this, the 7th and 8th grade. I also was intrigued by the mention of and reference to several employer community partners in your application. And I guess my question is, how do you plan to connect these partners and perhaps these opportunities to employment with post-secondary campuses to deliver credits or credentials? I know you do a lot of that already, but I'm just wondering, how does that next step happen for your charter program?
Really tied into the Work-Based Learning Collaborative of Montana. I sit on that collaborative, and one of the innovations recently has been the valued credential. And so that's something that we certainly want to be participating in the development of. I think Montana is maybe a little bit behind some states to the east of us in terms of, when we hear about a stackable certificate, we're hearing that it's really only stackable if the individual does that. There are some states that have developed the ability for the student to actually plug into a stackable certificate system. So I think as that develops, we want to be working right alongside that and making that happen. And I think that it's a parallel process, whether we're working toward stackable certification for industry or for post-secondary.
Board Member Quinlan?
Thank you. I'm interested in the learning pathway advisors, and my question is, where do they fit into the budget and the staffing plan?
Good question.
Right, so they would be the teachers.
The teachers, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, that's my question.
Thank you.
All right, seeing kind of a lull in questions, let's move to public comment. If there's anyone in the attendees that would like to give public comment at this time, please raise your hand. All right, I'm not seeing any.
McCall, I still have another question if there's time.
There is time, although I thought I had gotten a couple emails about public comment. I'm going to call for public comment one more time for those in the attendees who want to give public comment. All right, I do see a hand. All right, Lisa, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Oh, okay. I think I unmuted. Am I here?
You are here.
Oh, good. Thank you. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Lisa Mayer, and I'm the Chief Juvenile Probation Officer for Park and Sweetgrass counties. I work for the 6th Judicial District of Youth Court, and I'm really happy to see my friends and partners there in Mr. Johnson's office. And I just want to say, as a parent of a Park High junior, and as a person who's worked with the schools for over 20 years here in Livingston, I'm so 100% supportive and excited about this opportunity for education. As a mom, my own student, he's done the math on how much school he needs to do to successfully graduate from Park High. And he really is kind of an alternative kid himself. He's an artist and a musician, and he does theater, and he's been in some movies, and he just has a different kind of schedule. And I would just be really thrilled if the Pathways program could better serve my student as a musician. He takes drum lessons every day after school, or not every day, on Mondays after school, and then he practices every day for over an hour and plays in a band. And I just think a little more alternative, or just a different enhanced program for my own student would really support his needs and support him in graduating next school year with his class of 2027. But as a professional, I see so many kids coming out of placements where they're receiving their education and they're really succeeding and even excelling. And then sometimes just a step back into traditional schooling doesn't always support the kids I work with. And I think a program like the Pathways program, where they could utilize vocational opportunities, extracurricular activities, as well as their more traditional education, could really serve the students that I work with, as well as my own kid. And I'm really excited about this. I admire my colleagues so much and the work and the time that they've put into this to support all students in Livingston having access to such an outstanding educational opportunity. And I really appreciate what they've done. And I'm impressed and I'm excited. And I want it for my own kid. It's my own child. And I want it for all children because I think it's a tremendous opportunity. So thank you. Thank you for paying attention to us in Livingston. And we're really excited about this tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Seeing no other hands, we'll head back to Q&A. Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. I am looking at page 20 of your application, and this at the top there, it talks about acquiring and developing curriculum and grading system. And it says teaching staff along with the curriculum director, counselors, and administration will work to develop a standards catalog and a map for grades 7 through 12. And I would like you to elaborate on that a bit and help me understand also how credit will be awarded by subject area teachers who may or may not. I'm kind of unclear what their role is in the process of the student's learning path and then at the time they award the credit. Will they know that student?
Thank you, Board Member Quinlan. What we're trying to do is capitalize on the now proficiency basis for awarding credit, which kind of opens some doors to kids having, we used to think of it like a student had to take their English class from an English certified teacher, and that teacher had to assign and grade and present all of the work. Today, we can have a student who can come in and demonstrate proficiency across a range of standards, and we can award that student credit for a course on that basis. And so what we think can happen is that, and I'm not sure this is worded exactly perfectly in that paragraph that you just read, because I think we see it a little bit more broadly than that things essentially start with the standards. We know that that's what students have to attain. They have to have those. We have to know that they can, we have to know what it sounds like and looks like to be proficient in the standard, and we need for kids to be able to show us that. So what we want to do is really start with the standards as a framework. We know that students by accreditation rule have to meet certain standards in certain years. So I think that would be kind of the catalog of standards. And then, but the way that they meet those standards might not be a student working with an English teacher in that year. It might be a student doing some self-guided study, working with a variety of different people, but being able to come back and demonstrate proficiency in the standard. We would like for that proficiency to be substantial enough and demonstrated well enough in a portfolio that we could hand it to an English teacher who doesn't know the student, and that person could say, yes, this sounds like and looks like this student has met the standard. Did I answer that question in the way you intended it?
You nailed it, and I'm very interested in what you're looking to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Tharp.
Thank you. I really like page 8 of your application. You cited researcher Dr. Mike Smoker. I love this idea. When the project-based learning fails, when it becomes all about the project and not about the learning. And so many times when we get project-based, it's all about that final project and forget about what's supposed to happen in between. So I really appreciate that. That tells me that you've really done your research and thinking about this a lot. But my question comes back to what is prohibiting Park High from doing this right now? Is there anything that's prohibiting you guys from going this direction in your district under existing rule and law?
I think we could each speak to this some and probably should, but just briefly, in the smallest way, it's the schedule. students kind of are in a Carnegie-based schedule still in most high schools across Montana. And so you're limited to a 50-minute period where you're going to study a single subject. And it's really kind of that organization that we're trying to break away from and say, no, actually, you could do some sort of accursive kinds of learning here. You're going to learn a little bit about your English at the same time as you're learning about your science, your social studies, and your art through this particular project. We just have to make sure that we can map all the standards back to all those experiences. But I believe it's the shortest answer to your question, Mr. Thorpe, I think, is schedule.
Yeah, and I can give an example of where that's currently happening with our current work-based learning program. Students have a period a day where they're in that, and that period can fall any time in the day, and it gives students only about 45 minutes to actually be at a placement experiencing something. And the feedback we're always getting is that from employers, from students, from school staff is like, it'd be so great if they could spend this whole day here and then come back this day for, we just need the flexibility that a current high school doesn't offer with that.
Board Member Rasmussen?
Thank you. I just want to talk just briefly about, you're needing 4 FTE in the first year. That's kind of, a good number. What's your recruitment looking like, and what are your recruitment prospects, and how are you going to deal with that if you don't get them, or are you pretty sure you're going to get them?
Are you referring to the teachers or the students?
Teachers.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think, our messaging to our community has been, we are going to be, hopefully, fingers crossed, looking to create this school sooner rather than later. We don't want to pull from existing staff. We'll be advertising for these positions, right? And posting for them and interviewing for them in a very intentional way. We have had a few staff members express interest in potentially joining our team. With that being said, I think this team is pretty firm agreement that the most important thing for us to get the school up and running is to have the correct staff in front of those students day one, because there's going to be, like Renee, to your point, a lot of supports and building that's going to take place between if we have approval and the opening of the school. So our big focus is being really intentional about the people we're going to put in those seats, in those teaching positions. So we're going to be doing a lot of messaging, a lot of posting of those positions nationally, and really vetting those candidates, because it is a unique job. It's not the way all of us went to school and were trained. So we want to make sure we're really intentional with those positions.
And you have hope that this will be possible for teachers?
We do. I think we feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to have 4 really solid educators day one.
I do have these.
Dr. Slinger, last question. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So I see on page 5, then referenced again on page 9, that you anticipate an interest of students outside your district, okay, who might be interested in alternative place-based personalized learning models. So that always gives me heartburn. Just to be honest, every time I see that in any application. What are the conversations you've had with your outside of your district partners? Are they aware of this application, and what was their response? So, I mean, I'm always worried about districts possibly losing students.
Yeah, that's a great question. Park County, I'll say we're pretty united in our administrative capacity. We meet regularly with our fellow Park County superintendents and administrators across our county. And we have brought this up in several different interagency meetings and administrative meetings over the course of the past few months. At least from our end, it's not feeling like a negative thing, like they're feeling we're going to be stealing kids from them. Or at least that hasn't been expressed openly to us. And in fact, the opposite, they're asking if their students are going to be eligible for applying, if their needs are not able to be met in their current school context. So I would go as far to say they're probably feeling similar to us, as you can't always meet your students' unique needs within the traditional school environment, and having something that's a little more non-traditional will be better for their students. And so they're definitely in support. And I think that that support also comes through in our letter of support from our Park County superintendent, who advocates for those schools.
And Dr. Slinger, we are not going cross districts to recruit. That is not our intent. So.
Great, thank you guys. I do have one more person that has their hand up in the attendees, so I am gonna let them speak. Carolyn, I'm gonna let you speak here. You have less than 1 minute, so if you can just make it brief, that'd be great.
Yes, can you hear me? Thank you.
We can.
My name is Carolyn DeTore, and I was the parent liaison at the middle school and high school. I also have an online-only student through Park High who's a senior this year, and a 3-year-old, and a lot of neurodivergence in my family. And on behalf of my personal situation for our family, as well as many, many parents that I've worked with in our community whose kids and families don't have the resources to find alternative options, you know, privately or homeschool, et cetera, I am in full support, and we have a lot of our community that really needs this well thought out, well planned charter option. Thank you.
Great, thank you all so much. Superintendent Johnson, any last words?
That we're aware of. Thank you.
Thank
We appreciate your time.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. All right, we are now going to move on to SOAR Academy. Let's just get shifted around here real quick. Let's Superintendent Johnson out and move others in. Bring in Superintendent Fisk. Ooh. What are we doing here? Here we go. Hey, Superintendent, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Can you see me all right? I got some people that are blurred out in the background. So
Is that
who
by
knows?
design?
That isn't by design, because as much support as I possibly could get, I'd take, but I'll be technically challenged here a little bit. So, the blur, she has bright pink on, but she took it off. Might be even better. Principals, board member in the back. So if you guys want to move on, get right to lunch, just what Livingston said, we can just do that and move forward. And thank you very much.
Yeah, nice try.
All right, you ready for me?
Yep, take it away.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. This is second time in the batter's box for us, and I went back to the drawing board, so I'll just say thank you for obviously board chair and members of the board for the opportunity to present SOAR Academy, public charter school, which really is focused around the belief of every student, especially those we have become disconnected or disjointed or overwhelmed in our traditional settings, and really deserving of an educational environment designed to kind of meet their needs, honor their strengths, and prepare them for a successful future. So SOAR was really put together now, gosh, coming on 2+ years ago, surrounding support, opportunity, achievement, and readiness. And those are not just the words we want to really kind of stand by for this, but a foundation for our school built to remove barriers and expand the possibilities for our young people who are falling through the cracks of a system that was not built with them in mind. So we really kind of went back to the drawing board and asked the question about why SOAR and why now with this. And I think it's become a little more transparent for us as we worked through this last year, through the denial of trying to move forward. In some ways, probably good for us to shake some dust off and maybe look more deeply into what are some of the things we're truly looking for that we can't do in our traditional setting now. So what we really are seeing rise to the surface is a consistent pattern. Students with social, emotional, behavioral, academic challenges often struggling to thrive in our large uniform environment. Some are at risk of dropping out. Others are really capable and talented and motivated students, but they're not well served by our rigid schedule of one size fits all. So SOAR Academy was created specifically to kind of meet this need. We're really trying to propose, and this is probably the difficulty, proposing something that is innovative, high-performing charter school that is personalized, mastery-based learning, trauma-informed practices. And if you're familiar with our school, we are on the map of trauma this fall. unfortunately. I think the other big piece is flexible scheduling, career pathways, really an opportunity to re-engage our students to ensure that graduation is in the crosshairs for them, ready for college, ready for careers, and ready for life. So some of the questions that we asked, what makes us different or innovative, which is a question of yours. We really thought that a competency-based education where students advance on demonstration mastery, not just seat time, should be a goal of ours to help make us move away from that traditional setting. This gives our learners the structure of flexibility they need to truly understand the content and not just complete it. And I know I listened to Chairman Tharp just ask that very question. How do we really integrate that more deeply? And that will be a hope and certainly a focus. Secondly, we want to offer a hybrid learning model that combines digital, in-person, project-based, and community-based instruction. A lot of that instruction will be under construction. So many things that would need to be put into place to make all of that work. And I believe our team innovatively can actually do that in a really positive way. We will still be blending some traditional coursework with career and technical pathways, dual enrollment, internships, and apprenticeships. Those particular pieces will be formulated and built as we move forward with the SOAR Academy. A third approach is we really believe every student receives instead of an IEP, it'll be an ILP. I think that we can really be individualized in our approach to what their learning plan designates and puts into place. It'll be designed as a team with families and our educators that'll align with our Montana standards. This will ensure that students, especially those at risk, can receive intentional monitored guidance towards graduation and post-secondary success. A fourth piece of a question that we ask for innovation and make it different is wraparound supports through mental health partners, behavioral specialists, trauma-informed staff. These supports are not supplementary, but they are embedded into our instruction and our daily practice for our outcomes. So some of our commitments to high performance and accountability, we know innovation must be matched. We know that the Board of Public Ed is looking for innovation and looking for something that to be outside altogether different than what we can perform in our traditional setting. I think implementing rigor, transparent multi-tiered assessment system measures growth and mastery, career and college readiness, social emotional progress, attendance. Let me underline and circle attendance. Probably all schools going through. How do we overcome better attendance for many of our students? We think through engagement, re-engagement will help reinforce attendance, and also work-based learning milestones to help bring our students through their achievement and their work in the SOAR Academy. The governance model will emphasize really some data-driven decision-making. Community input has been important for us. It's also hard for us. Community, those of you know the Florence community, it is a kind of a large bedroom community in some ways to Missoula, but there's no center hub. There's no, it is Florence in a real big spread out area. So community input has really been designed through us by our admin team, inputs from obviously our parent community and our board, to really trying to ensure strong and accountable SOAR Academy. One of the other particular pieces is community support, as I described, building workforce alignment. We see a lot of enthusiasm for modeling direct access to pathways or school to work situations. Families are looking for more flexibility. Our homeschool families, which I have and myself and my principals have worked closely with, they're looking for those responsive educational options. They're asking for those particular pieces. And I think this is the time where we really kind of feel like we owe that to our school and our community. I think trying to make employability building technical skills and strong work ethic in some of our, if not all of our kids, quite honestly. That's something that would thread through our traditional model as well. We want all of those things for our kids, but it doesn't always work in that traditional setting for those kids. So I know that we're seeking structure, the same safe environment for these kids, and building resilience and readiness. So we're really looking to build that bridge between the learning connections that directly impact our students to form real opportunities and opportunities in the local workforce. So our readiness to open and operate successful charter school, we're hoping we're coming with a clear and compelling mission for you all. Some research-based academic models that easily can play a part in that. Our partnerships within our community, but as I described the Florence community, that's going to have to reach out down Ravalli County into Missoula County. Florence is a unique school. We straddle the line as a school district. We have a foot in Missoula County and a foot in Ravalli County. And so we know that our school will have to reach into those areas. And we're fortunate that we're on the north end of Ravalli County, that Missoula County can be a part of those partnerships. Highly qualified, mission-driven staff will need to be onboarded. Hopefully a sustainable financial plan that Madeline will certainly ask questions around. And obviously a deep commitment to serving our students that need us most. So we want to be prepared. We want to be aligned. We want to be kind of unwavering in our beliefs that SOAR Academy can be a change agent for our learners and in a system that fits them. In closing, to kind of give you this overview is we really just think it's more than an alternative. It's outside the traditional line of thinking, but it's an opportunity for our students, and it's a real opportunity for our students to reconnect. I think that having families feel supported, this doesn't probably get conveyed in a quick meeting like this to all of you, but the reach out from parents, certainly parents that are of struggling students or a homeschool parent looking for something that perhaps where the charter, public charter was all originated from, is how do we re-engage people in our communities that help to bring in all of our particular families that feel like there's a sense of belonging and a sense of control on where that education and pathways are pushing their particular student at that time. We want our community to grow with this. We're really trying to lead in reimagining what a public charter can be, and I would say we should circle the reimagining because some of your questions today are somewhat difficult to answer because we're going to have to build it once approved. And as we build it, all of these core mission and core purposes will be kept in place and kept in mind. So with that, I guess I could open it up for the gauntlet right there for you, Ms. McCall, and go from there.
Thanks, Superintendent Fisk. We will turn it over to Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that I really appreciate your list of potential partnerships. I think that's pretty important to do this. So my question for you is, what's been holding you back? I'm just going to be blunt. As I read your application, there are a lot of vague things and aspects that need to be developed. And what's been holding you back from thinking this through and giving us some specifics in your application?
Well, maybe the first one is always money, right? Maybe is too obvious. I think trying to develop the plan necessary to have the right people in place to be able to put the efforts forward that best push SOAR Academy forward. Committed, as you all know from every school that you visit with today and every school in our state, it's really hard to just tell our principals that we're going to just try and grab an entire different approach to how we're going to get to learning. So I would say that really building the foundations necessary with the support of OPI and the support of the office of the Board of Ed is probably the one hurdle. But let me add to that real quick, because we are doing some of those things. You know, we are trying to be innovative in digital learning platforms. We have Harmony in our system right now that and I know that you're all aware of, that is trying to build capacity into those students that maybe just don't fit our traditional setting. But there are loose ends, and we think that we can tie up those loose ends by building something that is innovative, and pushes all the things that I just spoke to you about to open with. I don't know if that helps, Ms. Schmidt, but
Well, thank you. Your response makes me wonder, are you looking for people for teachers and administrators who want to participate in this program and then develop the program around their skills? Or are you going to develop the program and then find people who want to participate in it?
the latter of what you just said. We think that the structure of everything that we presented to the Board of Ed is the structure that we are going to follow. The board is up to speed on what the umbrella of that's going to be, and then we're going to find the right people to motivate that forward. And there are some right people that are in our very district that would have some real interest in that as well. Our principals that are blurred out in my background right now are the obviously another driving force of why this will be a great school in order to really bring in a number of different kids, and then really focus on those kids that are not thriving in our traditional setting.
Thank you. I do have one more quick question that's kind of the nuts and bolts. On page 17 of your application, in year 4, you talk about introducing a dual enrollment coordinator if necessary, and an MTSS coordinator, and to launch student leadership programming. What do you anticipate happening in years 1 through 3 before those are introduced in year 4?
I really think that it comes down to just sheer numbers, that perhaps it's a little misleading as you state it that way, that as if we wouldn't be doing something like that to start with. I just look at this is where the difficulty in trying to get to some of the questions in the application is. We're making projections. We feel strongly that there's enough students to continue to grow SOAR. So I can toss you numbers that can be conservative. So as we grow that the Board of Ed understands that, they're going to grow this over time. So I'm just looking at at a certain time, we're going to need more personnel in order to just be able to handle all of the students necessary. So that would be something that would be on the plate right from the get-go by our director, our SSD, I think is what we label the student support director, that still would be able to integrate those pieces early on.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Board Member Rasmussen.
My question and my concerns revolve around the same thing, is not only the staffing, but when the application asks you to outline who's responsible for what kind of thing, I'm concerned that there's not really a chain of responsibility so you can point to, okay, the buck stopped here.
You muted yourself.
I'm having real trouble today. So I'm concerned about the distribution of duties and the outlining of that, not only for us, but for yourself as well. Could you talk about that a little bit?
So our goal with the student support director being the first would be that lead response. I would say that a lot of the discussion probably surrounded of what type of person that would be. Should that be initially, we went off this from last year as well, a student support director? Should that be a licensed administrator? Because as it grows, we'll need them to be able to evaluate appropriately those teachers that are there. Then they would be obviously deeply involved with our current administrative team as well as our counselors. So how we really look at that student support director is going to be a basis of as administrator. You mentioned kind of the buck stops here. We do recognize that a person that is in charge will need to be able to make decisions accordingly, like a principal in one of our buildings. Since we are pushing this into a separate school altogether, that'll be important. So I don't want to lose the continuity of our administrative team still all working together, because even in the variances, we will need to have counselors be able to work kind of across into the SOAR Academy. But as it grows, we know that so will the staffing piece. So those are the projections that are become a little bit difficult. As my admin team shares with me, Todd, we can get those numbers. We really feel like with the number of conversations they have with homeschool parents in our communities, students that maybe aren't just fitting the model real well, or students that are looking to drop out, we think we can get there. So with the growth comes at your question of growing the right staff to meet the suitability for the need.
Dr. McLean.
Thanks so much, McCall. Good morning, Superintendent, and to your team in Stevensville. My name is Angela McLean, and I'm with the Montana University System. One of the things you highlight on page 19 of your application is the dual enrollment and CTE providers, and you talk about partnerships with local colleges, trade schools, and career centers. And I'm just wondering if you collaborated with Missoula College or with Bitterroot College on your application, and what that collaboration might look like as you roll out your charter.
We have not individually collaborated with them, but my high school principal, as well as our middle school principal, we certainly know these people, and they're involved with the work that we do for dual enrollment now. Also, MTDA pieces. I meet monthly with the University of Montana in our own meetings for our region. We also are very familiar with the Bitterroot College. Mr. Marsh, principal, does work with some of the innovative pieces around the nursing program. Anything you want to add to that particular question quickly, or?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is Scott Marsh, high school principal. And Angela, yeah, we do work with them a little bit. We are currently enrolling some kids into the CNA program through the Bitterroot College and Missoula College. And so we are also trying to do we have teachers that do dual enrollment right now in our school through the University of Montana and through Helena College. And we're also working with MSU Northern on a dual enrollment potentially for the future as well. So we are having those conversations. I wouldn't say necessarily that they were part of our application piece, like they didn't have input on what our application was, but the plan is to continue working with those university systems and colleges to be able to build this, to grow more into the opportunities that we're slowly doing right now, if that makes sense.
Board Member Quinlan.
Mr. Marsh is in his pajamas. That's why he's blurred out. They're dressed that way this week. Yeah. Yeah.
Who said of course he is?
Yeah. All right, Madeline, I'm sitting
Thank
down.
you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you any financial questions. Well, I may, but my first question is, under your annual student achievement assessment plan, it's on page 9. You talk about each student's progress will be evaluated against clearly defined competency benchmarks. And I think that's a huge challenge for us statewide as we move more intently toward proficiency-based education. And I guess, what are you thinking in terms of who and where these competency benchmarks will be developed? Are you looking for your staff to be doing that, or do you have a product that or a framework that you can look to? What are your ideas there?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it gets back to just really the building of what SOAR Academy can be. We have, in my 4 years now here at Florence, talked a lot about trying to move to standards-based outcomes, competency-based outcomes, and perhaps I share, Madeline, your own thoughts around the difficulty of trying to get to that. And when you almost this is the way we have always done it, and it's truly a traditional type scenario. When if I change the A to competency-based outcome or standards-based outcome in a narrative, there's no parent in the land that's truly going to probably understand that, or they're going to still try and extrapolate out a number or a letter. So our goal here is, again, steering away from the traditional setting, working as a team to say, what does that represent for us? And be able to clearly see how does that match up with the requirements of OPI, certainly for graduation requirements. But we also know in there that we may have students that don't want or care about a high school diploma. We are seeing some of that right now, that they want to be selective in their approach to certain subject areas. But as an example, maybe they want to instill some religious-based learning into their schooling. Maybe they don't even want to walk in the building, but they certainly want and have appreciated maybe being attached to the school for a myriad of reasons. One that's usually a large example that we see, I want to participate in the music program or some particular offering, let's say welding. But at the same time, we want to control the other portions of the subject area. So when we start talking about competency review, that's going to be a body of work of how do we actually build those particular outcomes so that they could see that they've met that particular subject area. So I mean, I could see myself bird walking into a really large review of that without really trying to get the right people at the table. So it's hard. It's not even elaborated greatly in the application because I know that it's going to take a lot of people around the table to get to the bottom of it. So I don't think I answered it great, Madeline.
Board Member Quinlan, I'm going to pause real quick and do public comment, and then we'll come back to Q&A. So the folks in the attendees, if you would like to give public comment, please raise your hand now. All right, seeing none, we'll move back to Q&A. Madeline, did you have a follow-up? Board Member Quinlan?
I don't. I just wanted to acknowledge that I think the establishment of mastery is one of our big challenges.
We share it with you,
Right.
Madeline. Thank you.
Dr. Tharp.
Thank you. Todd, first of all, my condolences to your district. It's been 10 weeks now. I just can't imagine what you guys have been going through. Been praying for you guys as you work through. I had a two-part question here. What have you guys learned and done differently with this application? And have you rethought anything compared to last year? And are there any impediments to keep you from doing what you want to do with SOAR right now without it being a charter school?
Oh, both good questions. So I'll say the very first thing, Chairman Tharp, that we did change is we removed the K-6 component completely and just focused on a 7-12 component in this particular application. We think that helped us be a little more narrow in our approach to focus on those particular pieces as it relates to dropout rate, relates to what we've really received over the last year, homeschool inputs from our particular parents in our area. And so that kind of helped make our decision there. What prevents us from doing these particular pieces that's a great question. It's a question that we actually talk about at our administrative level a lot. What if the Board of Ed says, hey, this isn't going to work out this year? What prevents us from moving forward and getting our board on board with presenting perhaps a full Harmony digital learning platform. We do some of those particular pieces now. I think we would we certainly would continue to try and do a hybrid, a really pared down piece of that kind of helps systematically for our kids that are moving through and asking those questions. So I would say we would still do it in a much smaller way than what we could do with kind of the full piece, the breadth that we've actually presented to the Board of Ed now.
Board Member Quinlan, did you have another question?
No, I don't. Thank you. I'll take down my hand.
Board members, other questions? All right, Superintendent Fisk, other thoughts, other comments you'd like to make? Oh, Board Member Rasmussen, too fast.
Just a quick comment. I really liked your phrase that you said. In fact, I wrote it down. This is altogether different than what we can provide in our traditional setting. And I think that that is a great summary of what you're trying to accomplish here. So I'm glad you said that.
Thank you.
All right, Superintendent Fisk, over to you for final thoughts and comments.
Yeah, well, first of all, just thanks for the work you do. It looks like you've got another number of them on your plate to look at. It's really an interesting piece in our state of Montana right now, and I think where we are in Valley County is really unique. We are losing enrollment, like a lot of schools in Montana, and where we are situated is going to be unique to us. I would just say that with SOAR Academy, we have to really be competitive in what we do in our district, because we will be losing kids to Corvallis, who has a very well deserved and functioning charter school. And so the second portion of that, I know that Stevensville and right next door in Missouri. So we're going to have to be on top of it in order to us to be competitive with everybody that's surrounding us. And it's rightfully so for the students that we serve. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, board members, we are going to pause now for a bit of a break until 1 o'clock. We will wait now, and then we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Dr. Tharp, Dr. Slinger, anything from the two of you?
No, I think we're good to go for our final push after lunch.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Superintendent. See you all at 1 o'clock. Chris, your computer's showing what you're doing.
Yeah, it kind of freaked me out. All of a sudden, I see my laptop doing these weird things.
I totally forgot. I was
You can
sharing.
stop sharing
Yeah,
screen.
I'll stop. Thank you.
No one needs to see your emails to Tyler.
Don't want to see the dates that the agendas or stuff is due.
I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you.
I'll respond to you in a moment.
John, if you're listening, I see 2 John Conans on here. So will you raise your hand which one I'm supposed to promote?
Dr. Slinger, I've got just 3 more pieces of celery left if you wanted some. Unless you already ate all the celery you want for lunch.
I just couldn't stuff it down, I think. I'm just so full from the celery I ate. So thank you so much. I had something very similar for lunch though, Tim. It was called a Philly cheesesteak and
well,
curly fries. in our
That is
cafeteria.
almost exactly like celery
It's
sticks.
so close. It's so close. And yeah. Our cafeteria does a great job. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
I compromised on homemade chicken noodle soup.
Oh, that's not bad.
I make sort of another clarification, not clarification before we jump in. So I did go back and look at the basic entitlement information. And it says for new public schools that they receive a basic entitlement. It doesn't say 80% of the basic entitlement, but it does depend on what they adopt as their budget unit or their maximum general fund budget. So I've talked with Tyler and we're going to chat tomorrow, but some schools might receive 80%, but some could also receive 100% of their basic entitlement. So those of you in a school district probably can explain this much better than I can, but it doesn't necessarily say that it's 80%. So I've encouraged Superintendent Johnson to reach out to OPI and put together a new budget and resubmit that to you all with people much smarter than I am.
Thank you very much for looking into that, McCall. It just stuck out because he didn't have anything in his first year, nothing. And I just thought, this is crazy. This doesn't match what else we're seeing.
Yeah, it all depends on sort of what the district adopts at the local, but unsure where they're at. Madeline, I hear you. I don't see you.
I got my mic open, Raj. So I've got my mic open.
All right, I am going to promote Stevensville folks, although I'm not sure which one. John, there's 2 of you on here.
So Madeline, I only see you. I did not hear you when you were speaking a second ago. Do you want to try? Say something? No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Oh, like sweet music to my ears.
Yeah, now you want me to put on mute.
That's a rough looking crowd there down in Stevensville. Holy cow.
Very rough.
Did we catch you guys at lunch or at a buffet table? What's going on?
Just had celery. Each of us had celery.
Celery all around.
You know, John, this last game, that was the first time I've cheered for Chicago to win a game since like the mid 80s. And so, but it was a good one taking out the Eagles. I appreciated that.
Well,
Oh.
I can tell you what, since 1985, I have felt like a dumpster fire is going to happen by the end of fourth period every time, except for this year.
Good.
All right, Chair Tharp, Dr. Slinger, anything you guys want to say before we jump in?
No, let's call her back to order and get back to work here.
Chris, ready to roll? All right, we're back in. Superintendent Conan, over to you guys.
Good morning, Executive Director Flynn, Board Chairman Tharp, and members.
Definitely the afternoon, but we'll give it to you.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that's the first strike.
You know,
This is what happens when you only eat celery.
I did change time zones over the last couple days here, so. All right, let me start over again. Good afternoon, Executive Director Flynn, Board Chairman Tharp, and members of the Board of Public Ed. My name is John Cohen. I'm the superintendent of Stevensville School District. This is my first year in serving in this role at Stevensville, and my third year as a superintendent in the Bitterroot Valley. I'd like to introduce the members of our team who will be presenting or available to answer questions today. We have Zeke Caney, I'll have him wave, high school principal. Rob Ryan, high school counselor. Aisha Haxton, high school alternative learning teacher. Katie Cardoza, high school counselor. And we also have in the room with us 2 school board members, our school board chairman, Ben Myers, and vice chair, Stephanie Esch. We appreciate the opportunity to present today. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our high school counselor, Rob Ryan, and alternative learning teacher, Aisha Haxton, who will share information about our first charter school, which is the Stevensville Alternative Steps Charter School, or for short, STEPS. And we'll kind of share my screen.
I'm Aisha Haxton, the ALC coordinator, and my co-presenter today is Dr. Robert Ryan, one of our school counselors. I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to share with you something that I'm very passionate about. 3 years ago, I was given the task of starting our district's alternative learning program, the ALC. Since then, we've graduated 46 students, many of whom would not have reached that goal of graduation without the ALC. Being granted this charter means that we can enrich and grow our program and serve more students, helping them to take steps in the right direction toward reaching their goals. At the Stevensville Alternative Steps Charter School, or STEPS, our focus begins and ends with students.
So STEPS is a student-focused, teacher-guided educational path preparing the way for student success. Through partnerships that we are developing with local colleges and career preparation programs, and through high-quality instruction and mentor relationships, we will work to prepare our students for success in college, careers, and life beyond the classroom.
Our intended student population are students in grades 9 through 12, students who may be experiencing challenges in the traditional school classroom due to health concerns, mental health needs, social anxiety, or other personal circumstances, and students who are behind in credits or at risk of dropping out and need a personalized path to graduation. Students with work, family, or other life challenges or responsibilities that make traditional school hours difficult. Advanced and gifted learners who are seeking a more flexible paced environment where they can access dual credit options, and our homeschooled students who want to access accredited online coursework with teacher support and a path to graduation, as well as on-campus learning opportunities.
STEPS is student-focused and tailors instruction and pacing to meet each student's individual needs. With the help of their teacher mentor, each student will develop an individual learning plan, giving our students and their families choice and voice in their educational path. All students will meet regularly with their teacher mentor to set goals and track progress. STEP students will have access to all district resources, such as visiting the library, transportation, nutritious meals from the cafeteria, being involved in sports, clubs, And other things the school has to offer. SHS elective courses such as music and art, extracurricular activities, and mental health and special education services are included.
STEPS is teacher guided and will provide rigorous project-based learning opportunities aligned to state standards, along with differentiated instruction and pacing, as well as academic coaching and mentoring. Teachers will give timely feedback and support on projects and assignments as students work toward mastery in their coursework. We will work closely with our special education caseworker to provide accommodations and support for students with IEPs and 504s, whether on-site or online. At STEPS, we understand the importance of positive relationships for student success and will work to build genuine relationships with our students and their families where they feel heard and cared for.
STEPS offers several individualized educational paths, such as our on-site classrooms where students focus on 1 to 2 courses at a time, and there is a 15-to-1 ratio. We are currently in the process of applying to OPI to offer the HiSET Options program for qualifying seniors. The homeschool path allows us to partner with families to provide an accredited path to graduation, access to district resources such as sports and services, and connection to STEPS staff through mentorships and monthly homeschool gatherings. And of course, as individual student needs arise, we can offer a hybrid option to meet the needs of the students.
STEPS will prepare the way for student success through partnerships with local universities, teacher preparation programs, online learning networks, and community career work-based learning opportunities. A couple of things that I'm most excited about are our partnership with JMG, Summit Career Center here in Stevensville, Edgenuity, Montana Ed Ready, and possibly Define Careers. These partnerships we've developed and others that we're working towards will help the STEPS staff as we prepare our students for a successful life beyond high school.
So how will STEPS measure student success? We will do so through progress monitoring for proficiency and mastery as students progress through each course, through skill development in college and career paths. Through mentorships, we will help build responsible and reliable individuals who show consistency and follow through in goal areas. STEPS will maintain contact with students beyond graduation and seeks to connect them to mentorship opportunities and relationships beyond high school. And of course, students who feel safe, respected, and happy as they work towards reaching that goal of earning a diploma and having that graduation experience are also measures of student success.
STEPS has some unique features. Our on-site students will attend class in 1 of 2 sessions held 4 days a week. On We Got Your Back Wednesdays, staff will conduct office hours using mentor connections with our online homeschool students. We will hold parent conferences, hold IEP and 504 meetings, one-on-one tutoring or interventions, staff meetings, PLCs, professional development and training, and build community partnerships, hold parent advisory meetings, as well as plan and hold homeschool gatherings where we do relationship building and make community, college, and career connections with our homeschool students. On-site students will use Wednesdays for independent study and work-based experiences and may join homeschool students for our monthly gathering.
It is our firm belief that STEPS Charter will benefit the Bitterroot Valley's at-risk students by offering a flexible, personalized learning environment based on strong relationships and focused support, which will help re-engage and reinvigorate student progress. With this charter, we are looking to expand and grow the success of our current alternative program, which has a waiting list, by adding more personnel and a more robust curriculum and support system. We want to continue to reduce dropouts by providing a flexible and individualized alternative to struggling students and to partner with homeschool families as they navigate their students' educational experience. We feel we have strong district and community support for our STEPS Charter School, and we thank you ahead of time for partnering with us with this endeavor. And I thank you for your time.
All right, now we'll move into Q&A. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Tharp to lead us in the questions for the board.
Thank you for keeping that presentation tight. It allows more opportunity for questions for us. I guess I got just a couple of them to start us off here. What if anything is keeping you back right now from moving forward this? Why do you need to have a charter school to make this happen?
Right. Well, I believe the amount of opportunities we have can only come with more staffing and more support, financial support. Not going to lie, that's part of this piece of giving more opportunities to kids is to create and expand what we currently have.
Absolutely. I would say one of the big things holding us back right now is the ability to adequately meet the minutes for our SPED population. So being able to have more students who are able to get serviced and meet those minutes through a paraprofessional or a special ed teacher would be a huge benefit.
And you also mentioned homeschool. What's your population of homeschools? Did any surveys to see how many of them you might be able to recruit back to the public ed?
Well, currently we have 23 that are part of our online program. And you probably know this, but the Bitterroot Valley has a pretty high population of homeschool in the Valley. We had a lot more students that could be interested in this program as well that are within our boundary.
I'm very supportive of alt ed. I always have been. It's a great opportunity. What sets you apart from it? Because as I look, we've got several of these to choose from, and they're mostly alt ed. So, and we can only fund a limited number. What sets you guys apart from the others?
Sure, I think the partnerships are a big part of what sets us different, especially in the Valley here. We have a local company called The Summit, and we've worked specifically with their executive director, did some site visits and talked about the pathways that our students can take with their support. What else, guys?
Connection with our teaching staff out there in the STEPS Charter School, the connection with that teacher mentor is significant. Having that relationship with a teacher who's going to meet with you one-on-one, going to help that student identify what their goals are and a plan for them to achieve those goals and provide the flexibility for their individualized learning plan.
One of the things we included in our application was a draft of that individualized learning plan of what that could look like. And it obviously has goal setting parts to it, but it also talks about the partnerships and the different types of programming that we will have access to, like a menu, to be able to help support a student's voice and choice.
One of the things that we have in that alternative program right now that we want to grow is that connection, not just with students, but with their families. As the coordinator out there, I have almost daily contact with students, parents, probably at least on a weekly basis. I touch base with them. We want to be able to continue that, being able to bring those kids in that are on our waiting list and have more staff to be able to help with that support and that connection.
And I think we have professionals in the community who are already tied to our school that are offering to expand these programs and be part of this. I'm thinking of a couple last year that presented to us that would love the opportunity to partner specifically with us to do this. Just waiting for us to kind of give them the go ahead, but they're asking for it. And they're specifically tied to our school, parents and such.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you very much. Along that line, give me some examples of how parents and community, but especially parents, will be involved, since that is a requirement of the grant or the charter. So tell me a little bit about your plans for parental involvement.
Right now in the ALC, we have 2 parent-teacher conferences year that we hold. I have 100% participation with that. Parents are eager to come in and discuss their students and how they're progressing. So that's a big piece. And we also are planning to have that stakeholder advisory committee, which would include parents as well as staff and community members.
Thank you.
Dr. McLean?
Thanks so much, McCall, members of the board. Thanks so much, Stevensville team. It's good to see so many of you that I recall from my short time down there at Bitterroot College. Enjoyed the PowerPoint. I liked that a lot. One of the questions I had, because you allude to partnerships with post-secondary institutions, is how closely you may have coordinated or collaborated on your charter school submission effort with either Missoula College and or Bitterroot College.
I'll answer that one. As you'll see in our next one, when we talk about the healthcare, we definitely have a very direct connection. But we also we do a lot of online classes currently in coordination with those two schools. I know that they meet with our students as they're exiting seniors to get them on their way towards their next steps as far as their undergraduate degree as well.
I've had some gifted students in the last year or so too that have been able to tie into our university system and take some college courses ahead of graduation to prepare them for moving forward once they graduate. So then they can move right into the college system with some courses under their belt and completed.
Also working with Montana Digital Academy, we have talked with them extensively about both of our charter schools and talked with Jason Nieper on how we can make sure that we're using his platform as well as University of Montana and Bitterroot College. So each of them offer obviously a little bit different pathway. And so that's where that trying to tie it all back together again with that individualized learning plan where a student gets to use their voice and choice on what they get to do.
Thanks so much. And I have another question, but I'll reserve it for after each of the other board members have gone. McCall. Thanks, folks.
Sounds good. Thank you. Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. I have two questions for you. First of all, I found it a little hard to figure out the difference between the position of the principal and the charter school director, because you're saying that that person will be a teacher, a certified teacher. Can you clearly define the role of the principal versus the role of the charter school director? And I was especially interested in who's doing the evaluation of teachers.
Sure, the principal would be doing the evaluation since they're certified. Trying to do it under the umbrella, like with a school within a school. We do have a separate setting for our on-site alternative learning center for STEPS on campus. Knowing that, we also wanted to make sure we used our high school principal as kind of the CEO of helping support the charter school itself. And that's why we felt like a teacher on special assignment could definitely be a pathway to getting this started and rolling, making connections with families and working directly with the administrator that we would hire, as well as the principal themselves. We obviously will have special ed connected to this, looking at the number of students currently that might be going into this program. We know we'll need at least a part-time special ed teacher. And if both charter schools were to go together, we could have a full-time one to start off with. And so, again, going back to your question of making sure that we did question whether we should go with the teacher on special assignment or the principal. But we felt like with this current setup that we have right now, and then expanding all of these opportunities for students, we felt like it was best to be under our high school principal. We do have two high school principals in our Class A school. We're a small Class A though. And so we're above accreditation standards for the amount of time that they can, supervise more students. So we felt like economically that principal can be a portion of this charter school as well.
I have a second question, and that is related to the budget. I'm looking at the 5-year budget projections, and for example, on the top of page 23, the revenue assumes beginning in year 1, 60 students at $8,900 per student, plus the basic entitlement. And Are you aware that you will not be receiving any per A and B payment in the first year? You'll receive a basic entitlement, but you won't receive a per A and B payment. And I guess my question, which may need some follow-up, is how does that affect your budget? And I think there's some more details here that need to be figured out.
Well, that's a good question. So are these ghost students then? They're not getting counted for in either school then with money. So I don't understand that piece of why the funding would be that way. I know you're getting extra money for the basic entitlement, and you're getting a percentage of what you currently get out of your entitlement. 84% would be ours, I think. So yeah, I guess I had a hard time knowing that neither the regular school would not capture that A and B for that. I guess help me understand that part of it.
Well, I wish I could. I didn't write the law, so I honestly can't explain the legislative intent, and I think perhaps some discussions with folks at school finance at OPI could help you with that. I think you're still getting A and B payments for the students that are in your regular high school and would move into this program. So it's not that those students won't generate something, but I know enough to be dangerous. So I'm probably not the one to advise you on that.
Right, and I guess as I dig deeper into this, we can really narrow down and create the budget with more specifics when I have that information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Schmidt, I'll have you ask one question and then we'll move to public comment and then we'll come back.
Well, I actually have two, but I'll ask one that's two-parted. So you have submitted 2 applications for 2 separate charter schools, and they clearly focus on different aspects of education. But so my two-part question is, number one, can you help me justify why the board should support 2 charter schools in Stevensville at the expense of the other 5 applications across the state? And if both were approved, do you have the capacity to implement both of these charter schools at the same time?
Right, I do believe we have the capacity. We had that same discussion at the very beginning of this with our second one that we'll do later today with the Health Science Academy. We felt like we're looking at some of our existing structures that we have and magnifying them, scaling them out, and hoping to capture more students across the valley. And I know there are 3 other charter schools within the valley, and Florence is looking for one as well. We believe there's enough students in the valley for everyone to be able to capture that piece of making sure that these are successful. We do have the numbers for both of them. We started low with our numbers, but we feel that's pretty easy to make sure that both of those are enrolled in our schools so far.
All right, I'm going to do some public comment and then we'll come back to Q&A. So folks that are in the attendees at this time, if you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand now. Seeing none, we'll come back. Board Member Schmidt, did you have another question or was that suffice for your 2-parter?
Well, I'm wondering about the capacity to develop both of these from the administrative component, not the number of students who might participate.
Sure. Yeah, we put a lot of time into developing partnerships over the last couple of months to get ready for submission. We felt like we needed to have these partnerships built up before we even put them onto paper and submit them to you guys. And so with that, we're looking at the structure of what this could mean. We looked at scaling out some of the personnel, employees that could support us in this. And that's why we felt like with this charter school, there would be a teacher on special assignment, but with the other one, with the Health Science Academy, we would be hiring more of a director, which would probably be more of an administrator, to be able to help support us with the number of additional staff and students that would possibly be connected to this. We are also a school of 360 students and have the capability of being able to have more students in our building and online.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go to Dr. Slinger and then Dr. McLean, I know you have another question.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, I'm looking at the bottom of page 5 under staffing structure. Could you just explain to me the first bullet, what you're meaning by that? It says, you may request flexibility in staffing models that allow for teachers certified in other Montana districts to serve students virtually. So are these teachers licensed in something that your people aren't licensed in, or is that, could you just explain that to me?
Sure, this goes back to Montana Digital Academy, and as well as possibly our Edgenuity or Edmentum, being able to offer more courses for students that are more personalized to whatever the student is interested in.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. McLean, did you have another question?
No, I'm good. Thanks so much, Yvonne. McCall.
No problem. Board members, any other questions? All right, seeing no other hands raised. Superintendent Conan, Board Member Rasmussen, I should have known.
Well, I was trying to get it raised. Let's go back to that question about your variances. What variances are you specifically requesting?
Well, a lot of it deals with stuff that's already in law, so I guess it would not be a variance, but most of it is dealing with proficiency-based learning, which it's allowed to do in Montana education already. I think the delivery of it is part that I think it's going to look a little bit different, and the instructional model of it, where we are working with students that are could be hybrid students, could be some on campus, some off campus, and then being able to assess where they truly are and being able to offer them courses that are not in our current menu.
You're muted, Renee.
So those courses will come through Digital Academy, the ones that are not in your current catalog, and perhaps through an MOU with another school district teaching that one online. Is that what you're anticipating?
Correct.
Okay, I don't know that those requests need very.
She's muted.
You are still muted.
I'm not mute.
You were.
I was. Okay. All right. So So I'm still concerned about, but there's no counselor. There's no counselor or librarian or anything like that variance to standard that you need.
Currently, we have to hire we would be being able to, here's the deal. So dealing with accreditation purposes, we have counselors right now. We're over accreditation on the amount of FTE that we have with our current staff. So we're able to use our current ones until we hit a certain number. Once we hit a certain number as it grows to enrollment, then we're going to need to hire more. And we put that into the plans and put that in the timeline.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other board member questions? All right, Superintendent Coden, any other final thoughts, comments?
No, we want to thank you for this opportunity to be able to present. It's been actually great professional development for us as we work together as a team. We put in several hours into this application for both these and had teams as we did this. And we got in touch with lots of partnerships. And so I think we do get the charter school, but if we don't, we have created some strong partnerships also with local entities. So thank you.
Well, great, thank you. I know we have about 5 minutes before your next interview. How do you want to shift over?
You can just stay with us.
We can just stay with this computer. I have the presentation ready for this one as well.
Great, are you ready to go now?
I have one person from Better Health that is, I think she's here now. Give a couple minutes, have some salary, and we'll be right back.
Sounds good, thank you. Tim will eat the celery for you.
Hi, Brittany, how are you? Good.
Tim, I really like celery too. It's one of my favorite vegetables. I don't know why.
I like celery too. It's just water though. I don't have to chew it. I just drink a bottle of water. That's all there is.
Here in the valley, my nephew's wife grows celery. She grows this tall, this big, just a beautiful, beautiful celery. So I get fresh celery every year. Beautiful celery.
Chair Tharp, this is what I'm going to eat. This is a MCC chocolate. Just for you, buddy.
We're off the rails.
You should know better than to schedule something like this all day.
You guys have been doing a good job.
Okay.
McCall, I also wanted to comment on the summaries this year. I'm sure your new staff put that together. Or did you?
Leanne did.
It was really nice. It wasn't specific enough to give you a lot of things, but it was enough to remind you of what was in each one. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Whenever you're ready.
All right. Dr. Slinger, you ready to roll? Okay, Superintendent Coden, back over to you for the Health Sciences Academy.
All right, good afternoon again. Executive Director Flynn, Board Chairman Tharp, and members of the Board of Public Ed. Again, my name is John Conan, Superintendent of Stevensville School District. I'd like to introduce the rest of the team members who will be presenting or available to answer questions today. I'll have them away. We have Zeke Caney, High School Principal. Rob Ryan, High School Counselor. Brittany Latham, CTE Teacher and Better Health Employee. Katie Cardoza, High School Counselor. And also in the room are the following school board members. We have School Board Chairman Ben Myers, Vice Chairman Stephanie Esch, and we have Aisha Haxton, who is our alternative learning center teacher. We appreciate the opportunity to present again, and I'll turn it over to our high school principal, Zeke Caney, and high school counselor, Katie Cardoza, who will share information about our second charter school, which is the Stevensville Health Science Academy, or SHSA. I know. How we get to it through by doing this. Exiting. Over to here. Okay.
All right. So this is Principal Caney here. This is my second year as the high school principal here at Stevensville High School. I was blessed with walking into a situation where we had just began rolling out our very first class for our health science. All right. And that was the health occupations class. Since then, we now have started to grow that program to where we have a very robust relationship with Beirut Health. Next slide. I wanted to I always felt like the most important part of explaining a 26-page application was just painting a picture of what we're trying to do here. And so the binoculars, all right? The binoculars is really a representation, and these are the 5 main things that we're going to try to hit today, but representation of what is the current landscape. In other words, what are we living in right now, and what are we forecasting tomorrow? With that, you'll see the roadmap. You see that little diagram right there. It's what are the steps that we need to take to make sure that we provide the best pathway for our students, the best pathway for our school, but most importantly, the best pathway for our community. In order to do that, if you look at the young man in the lab coat there, is how do we identify what type of student we're looking for? Who is the ideal candidate to be able to participate in this charter school? A big question that a lot of parents ask when we start to talk about our students being on this healthcare pathway is, oh, I don't know that my kid knows that they want to be a nurse yet, or my kid knows they want to be a doctor yet. So describing what is the actual day in the life of a high school student, all right, who's in this academy. And then last but not least, how will the financial gain from a charter school be able to help us reach those goals? So that's what we're going to talk about today.
The partnership started last year with just one single dual enrollment class with Beirut Health and University of Montana. And that one class really got those students excited about potential careers that they could have. Some of them even were able to do a summer internship last summer. And as we started our class sign up for this year, our numbers doubled, actually more than doubled this year. And so right now those students are taking synchronous instruction online. Their teacher is over at Beirut Health. And then they participate in field trips where we put them on the bus, take them over to Beirut Health, and they're able to take advantage of some hands-on learning opportunities. When they're here on campus in class, they're in our library. And we're forecasting this program to continue to grow, and we're going to need some more seats and some more opportunities for students. We know that Montana has a strong demand for healthcare professionals, everything from licensed to roles that require a certification. And so strengthening this workforce pipeline is essential for our community, our valley, and our state. So our goal is just to expand access to the health career pathways, offer a lot of structured guidance for them, give them the hands-on opportunities and the early exposure to the field. We especially want to make sure these students are taking dual enrollment courses. And if there's prereqs for college programs, we want to make sure that they're earning those credits and taking care of those prerequisites, and just really give them a jump start on their chosen health career.
Right now, talking about how do we find that ideal student. Believe it or not, these ideal students they're finding us. We have some of the best recruitment tools right now when we have that bus that pulls up at the beginning of the day, and that's that field trip bus that these students have started to know, oh, those aren't athletes going somewhere. Those are kids going to do a field trip. And so students are now starting to see what are the advantages of being a part of this program, which leads us to those students who are starting to ask questions about, yeah, maybe I am interested in a healthcare career. Our wheelhouse, the students we really want to have is incoming 9th graders. We feel that, and Beirut Health feels that being able to have them for 4 years would set them up really, really well for starting work right outside of high school, or using that experience to progress towards an undergraduate degree. And so we would definitely be focusing on our 8th graders and recruiting them to come in as 9th graders. That being said, school is school, kids move, kids come in. We have students asking us from other districts about this program. And so we would be flexible enough to be able to allow students to transfer in, all right, and progress towards those degrees in a healthcare career. We know it's important that we support those other students or support our students, you know, through all of those areas that we talked about in our previous one, which is, you know, your mental health, library, tutoring, et cetera, making sure that we're checking all of those boxes so that the students who want to pursue the healthcare field have the support that they need on the backside.
In year one, the foundational course is health occupations. And through that course, students are able to start to look at different types of careers within the health science area, looking at certified careers, maybe phlebotomy, maybe CNA, maybe CMA, or maybe they're looking at a degree seeking career, the RN, respiratory, radiologic, technology, administration, but taking those foundational courses to help them determine which pathway do they want to go. And medical terminology falls in that foundational area too. And of course, those students still need to take general education classes. And so as much as they're ready for it, we want to try to get them to take the dual enrollment coursework and start taking some internships. You'll see in years 3 and 4, hopefully they're able to kind of narrow down which direction they want to go so that we can get them in the specific coursework that's aligned with their pathway. And that might look like more dual enrollment or internships. It might look like some AP coursework, some advanced science classes, or preparing for a licensure exam. So I have the ability to really talk about this student life from multiple different views. As a student, I actually went through a charter school that was a medical charter school. I graduated high school at the age of 18 as a nurse. I also have, my daughter is currently taking the medical classes here at Stevensville. So I have the parent side and I have the instructor side because I get to do that as well. Being a student of a healthcare academy like this, I was able to just launch into the career and have been quite successful. I now have 3 master's degrees and get to do pretty much anything I want from all of this. And it was just because that really good launch from an academy. The other thing we're talking about, these students that maybe don't know if they want to take this pathway, they don't have to, and that's okay too. I've had some students that take this class and realize, okay, healthcare is not for me. That's a great time to do it though, because they haven't gained 4 years of college debt that then they have to go, I don't really like this career, but now I really have to do it, as opposed to maybe taking a 6-week CNA class going, oh yeah, well, this was free, not really my thing, I guess I'll become a teacher. So whether they strive to go all the way through to the healthcare, it really does benefit them. And it doesn't take anything away from them. They still, my daughter is in cheer, she is in choir, she gets to do all the other activities that she would still get to do here at Stevensville. You can't even really tell which kids are in the program and which ones aren't. And that's really our goal moving forward as well. They would just have more structured classes, maybe some more dual enrollments, but they would still get to have the really cool Stevensville high school life. Some of the classes that we're talking about would be in person, some of them would be online. It's not changing too much what we're doing now, but it would allow for us to grow a little bit more, maybe have some more in-person things, still do those really cool field trips, and just launch these kids into a great healthcare career. And we have some of these kids that this is their passion and they can't get more. Like, they constantly ask me, what else can I do? What else can I do? How can I get further into this career? And this is just a phenomenal thing that we could do.
Okay, funding, always the fun one. The funding piece in this one specifically, this is critical. Brittany is an excellent example right now. She is a licensed nurse all right, who also maintains a state teaching license, all right, as a CTE teacher. So she's able to instruct in the public schools, but she holds that valuable license. Being able to help offset the costs, being able to pay for those licensed nurses to be our teachers, essentially is what makes this program sustainable. Without being able to do this, we're not sure that the hospital system itself would be able to continually put up the funds to be able to support that. So this is the way we must have in order to keep this going. As you have students from all different levels and all ranges that are trying to take these classes, we have to be able to support them, is where we feel definitely having some special education support would allow students to be able to pursue these certifications. As with any grant, as with any MOU that you reach, there's paperwork, there's compliance documents that have to be done. We want to be able to track this, make sure that it's actually turning out the graduates and the future employees that we want. So we need some administrative support, specifically in the form of admin or a secretary. All right. And then as the program grows, we want to be able to wrap around with the classes outside of that, such as your 101 classes, your math classes, your advanced science classes, so that these students are coming out very well prepared in case they decide to pursue an undergraduate degree in our university system. As mentioned before, our students are currently in a library. All right. And as nice as that is right now, we have an opportunity with an existing classroom that we can change that classroom into basically a lab setting for our students, so that it's not a library, but the kids can actually do labs on those days where they're not taking a field trip, but they can do labs in a science classroom. We know we're going to need more guidance counseling, as essentially each of these kids forms their own pathway to graduation to be able to help them do what they need to be able to do. In a small Class A school, you have to be creative with how you're going to get all the students all the classes that they want. Not everybody's going to be able to take choir, all right, like Brittany's daughter, and still be able to take maybe a physics class. So for us being able to use MTDA when necessary, our students can get the best of both worlds as they pursue that. Science, healthcare, those lab equipment, lab supplies, that technology is ever changing. So money to be able to support that, to make sure our kids are learning on the tools that are up to date, will be critical to the success of this program. One of my favorite parts is certifications. Students who can come out of here with that certification that shows that they met a high degree of success. We want to be able to help offset the costs of some of those certifications. So that's not a barrier for a student who wants to take the class or a student who wants to continue in the program. Thank you, and we stand for questions.
All right, we're going to move into Q&A. I'm going to start with Dr. Tharp.
All right, thank you. Got a few questions here. Number one, thank you for the application. I've been trying to push my local school district here to do something like this in partnership with Williston State College and Sydney Health Center. I'm concerned about your numbers. Like you just said, you're a small Class A. Are you going to be able to maintain these numbers? And then as a part of that, being able to maintain those numbers, a CNA is a pretty, in the grand scheme of medical field, it's a pretty low level license. It puts at only 75 hours and plus clinicals and whatever you have to do there. Have you considered opening up and looking at much more than that? Students graduate with the RN. Have you looked at EMTs, paramedic, even lifeguard training? Just a wider variety of possibilities in order to be able to support the numbers that you would need in order to receive A and B?
Yeah, we can definitely go all the way up to LPN. The RN would be difficult, but LPN would not be hard to do at all. It would just take more of my time. And right now I'm only part teacher because of funding. The hospital only let me do half my hours, but we could definitely do LPN. We could do EMT.
lifeguard would just be a certification. We're really looking at anything that we can do. The reason we focus so much on CNA is it is a easier step to take, and it is required to have a CNA certification for a lot of the healthcare careers that you then launch from. So it's a good step to start, but it is something that we could look at if this is successful and we do end up getting the funding that you could move into, where they're like myself and graduate as LPN or even RN. But with LPN, you could then go into an LPN to RN bridge, and you would literally step right into an RN program at UM. And we've already talked with UM, and they're very interested in the partnership for that.
And I'll respond to the numbers question, just from last year to this year, going from 1 section to currently 3 sections. And then as you keep bringing those groups of students ahead, I think the numbers are in our favor. All right, I believe we're going to be able to meet those numbers moving forward. One of the impressions I get from students who are asking questions about this, especially when you're talking to students from out of district, is how nice they think it would be to be able to have that teacher on campus, that teacher right there instead of on the other side of the screen. Yeah, maybe we can pull some students as well. And so we're excited about that opportunity because we think what we're offering is extremely unique and extremely good for kids.
Okay, yeah, that would be my recommendation, is to look at adding more to that, and especially in the rural health setting. You know, with more EMTs and paramedics even, and more of those, just more might be able to help, because I think, yeah, the CNA, it feels like that'd be almost too tight to maintain your numbers, but God bless you for giving it a shot there. So that was all I had. I would say we got some other folks that McCall can facilitate.
Dr. Niggins.
Thanks. I have 2 questions regarding capacity. So if I might ask them back to back, I think it'll make sense. But I actually have a different thought than Dr. Tharp. I believe that you'll have probably more kids than you anticipate involved in this. My first question is, how expansive are the opportunities at Bitterroot Health for hands-on experiences? Because this is a really integral part of your program. Is there anything that, like HIPAA or insurance or age, prohibits participation in? I noticed you're not doing anything with like imaging or radiology. Can someone speak to what sort of experiences are available to high school students? And if there's some that are not, that's my first question.
The only rules that we have at the hospital is they are not allowed to go into surgery, just because honestly, we've had too many students faint. And then 2, they cannot go into the ER, just because that one is a little bit harder controlled. But otherwise, we just haven't had anybody from Stevie that has been interested in imaging. I have had students from other schools go into imaging. We can have them pretty much everywhere else except for, like I said, surgery and the ER.
Great. And my second question, which is also a follow-up regarding capacity, is as the program grows and expands, so I understand you're trying to do a 9th grade first and then kind of build it from that perspective up. Potentially as the program grows, with each freshman class becoming more engaged with this opportunity, have you considered expanding to other entities in your community, such as nursing homes, assisted living? I don't know what you have there locally, but are there other opportunities for I'm just thinking about employment of these kids' future employment. I mean, they might be able to get a job where they're doing their internship.
We actually have a partnership when we do the CNA course with the Living Center. They do clinicals there as well. And we're waiting for approval from the board, but we're trying to grow to a brand new rehab that's in Hamilton. And it's, I think, called Valley Rehab. It's a brand new, just started a couple of weeks ago. It used to be Discovery, but the new CNO there is, we have spoken to. And so, yes, we have the ability, so we could have students go to other facilities as well. We would just have to have that approval from the Montana board of, that kind of controls the CNA schooling, or if we decide to go into nursing as well.
Thank you.
Additionally, one of the questions we had was, what if Brittany was no longer there? What would we do? And so conversations we had with Bitterroot Health and seeing if there's anyone else interested in the Bitterroot Health umbrella that would be interested in having their licensure to be able to teach this. And there is interest from that aspect of it to grow this out as we have students that, as this grows with the charter school.
Dr. McLean?
Thanks so much, McCall, members of the board. Another good presentation, Stevensville team. So I'm looking at page 4, and you're talking about year 1. And in that first sentence, you talk about students beginning with a dual enrollment health occupations course taught synchronously, online, or in person by a Bitterroot Health staff. And then down below on the next page in number 5, where it's talking about variances to standards, I think you make clear how these folks meet the requirements at the post-secondary level to teach dual enrollment. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out in my head is these courses, and perhaps even the ones that you outline in year 2, year 3, some of these curricula are not for credit. They're in the not for credit space at the college level. And so I was wondering about that. And then second, I'm wondering if you can tell me about the licensure piece for the students to get high school credit, or if they will only be taking these courses for the industry recognized credential or the post-secondary credit only.
In taking a look at the courses, was there one course on there in particular you were wondering about?
Well, I think you outline a number. You go into CMA on years 3 and 4. You talk about phlebotomy in 3 and 4 in particular. And I guess if those are going to be instructed, the curricula for those areas, are those programs and that curricula going to be taught solely by Bitterroot Health professionals?
No, part of what we wanted at the additional staffing was in the science area to be able to provide some anatomy and physiology from a licensed science instructor. So some of that coursework would be high school coursework from a science teacher. And then some of those courses would be dual enrollment, kind of depending on which pathway that student's going and what their needs are. We're trying to have the flexibility there to provide them with the courses that they need. We do allow dual enrollment courses to count towards high school graduation requirements. And so, yes, we would anticipate all the classes in the program meeting high school graduation requirements.
So if I could just ask a follow-up. So then anyone offering any of these courses outlined in year 1, year 2, years 3 and 4, any one of those instructors, then if they're going to be receiving post-secondary credit, you outline clearly how they meet post-secondary credit. But what I'm still not clear on are these folks then that are going to be teaching these courses that you reference here also going to be K-12 licensed, so that when you transcript them,
yes,
they can get that high school credit.
Yes, the CTE and the science would be high school licensed, yes.
Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. I am on the same area of interest here. What does dual enrollment look like for a 9th grader? And are you going to need to be creating new courses?
So if a 9th grader jumps in with the health occupations course, that is a dual enrollment class. That's the one Brittany teaches. And so Brittany works with University of Montana to provide that curriculum, and those credits come from the University of Montana. We, as a high school, award high school CTE credit towards the high school graduation for that class. So they spend an entire year in health occupations, but the dual enrollment piece happens in the 2nd semester.
And I guess I just asked Brittany, since you have this experience, how is it having ninth graders in a class that, I don't know that you have seniors in there. They're probably 10th or 11th graders, but how does that all work to have that many grades together?
This is actually our third year doing it. Stephen's just been in the last two. They're starting to wean out a little bit more, where the first year they were all mixed together because we just had the first year, and then year two was more of the advanced ones. And now that it's gone to our third, they've kind of started breaking into groups because the newer kids are starting year one and the other kids are now in year two, or they've graduated out. But it depends. There you can kind of tell who is what grade, but we're able to make it work. Right now I just left a class to come over here, and there's 9th through 12th grade in that group. You can tell, but they could just think some of them settle a little bit more, but it seems to work with us.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your being here for this and to be able to share the specific experience.
Thank you.
I'm going to take public comment and then I'll come back to Q&A. So at this time, if there's anybody in the attendees that would like to make public comment, please raise your hand now.
Yeah, one.
Are you public comment or are you part of the panel?
Public comment, because she's not on. She wasn't part of the 5 that were listed.
Oh, okay, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. As a trustee for Stevensville Schools, I support and am very excited about these programs. Both STEPS and SHSA were built thoughtfully to meet the needs of students and families in our community while being very compatible with Montana's goals of individualized learning and future readiness. I think that these innovations are very important to be bringing to some of our smaller communities, and I'm proud of our staff for building these out so well.
Thank you. Will you mind introducing yourself?
Oh, apologies. My name is Stephanie Esch. I'm a trustee at Stevensville Schools.
Thanks so much. And I don't see any other hands, so we're going to go back to Q&A. Board Member Quinlan, did you have any other questions? Okay, Board Member Rasmussen.
Just one. You've talked a lot of really intriguing things. Tell me about one of the requirements that is kind of my bug, and that is, tell me about how you plan to involve parents. That's required by the that's required parental involvement in your explanation of that is required by the grant, the charter.
Well, we have a parent advisory committee that will be part of the meeting routinely. We also obviously will have parent-teacher conferences, but we also want to showcase what our students are doing all the time and getting them involved in a lot of the project-based learning and being able to present back to their parents. So in addition, creating advertisements of the stuff that we're doing, I think will help inspire more families to talk with their children about the opportunities that we have. So I think parents will then have an opportunity to be a part of this in several different capacities.
May I add?
Yes.
Also, we have a HOSA that we could get involved in for the health occupations, which is a club, and it does involve past healthcare members. So any of the family members that have done anything healthcare related could then come and be part of the HOSA team, which would meet monthly at least, really.
Thank you.
Dr. Tharp.
Thanks. As I look through this, you of course, you plan on rolling out and adding more staff members. Are you looking at having more people with class 1 and 2 licenses, or are you looking at bringing aboard more people and facilitating some more class 4s? Because you need more Brittany's than just the half time that you get her.
Right, and that's before we even filled out the application, I wanted to know that there were people in the hopper in Bitterroot Health that might be interested in doing the same thing that she's doing, and there is. They have people that are ready to go if we want to scale this out as we get more people, more students.
If we have another instructor that used to be a teacher and then became a nurse, I was a nurse and then became a teacher. And then we have 3 backup instructors that are willing to get their CTE license as well. So we have the interest.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I don't, as a state, I don't think we're leveraging that class 4 license and nearly enough, and people realize how powerful it is and what we can do. Thank you.
I guess
Dr. McLean.
that you said too, Tim, was Mr. Tharp is the class 1, class 2. I think we explained that we hire another class 1 teacher to be able to teach like anatomy and physiology, other science courses that can be done to help with the medical fields.
Dr. McLean.
Thanks so much, McCall. First of all, I really like this project. I think it's somewhat similar to the one that we opened up with this morning, in that there is a clear need for it. I think you have a very extraordinary partner in Bitterroot Health. I would just point to, I think, the need to grow that capacity, as Chair Tharp alluded to just a minute ago, in your ability to deliver those dual enrollment courses with existing staff with that class 4, that class 1 and 2 license, and lean into Bitterroot College, lean into Missoula College. It sounds like you're already leaning into the University of Montana, but of course both of those are part of that campus. And so just lean in there. I think this is really full of promise, and I look forward to seeing what happens with it.
Dr. Slinger.
Thanks so much. So my question is on page 3, number 2, the very first sentence. At the end of that sentence, and this is a question I ask all of the charters because I'm always concerned about students being taken from one district to another. It says, so high school students in Stevensville, but also surrounding communities in Bitterroot Valley. So what conversations have you had with sister school districts, and therefore are they aware of this project, and what are their thoughts? Because I could see that. I mean, I could easily, I think it's a great idea, and I could easily see students have a strong interest and have parents want them to go. But again, my concern always is taking of A and B from one district to another and so forth. Could you speak to about the collaboration or about what conversations you've had with other districts?
Right, yes, we have a Bitterroot superintendent's meeting that meets once a month, and I have thrown both of these charter school applications out to to all of the superintendents down here. And one thing that we know from talking with Bitterroot administrators is the fact that they really would need some support to continue the offerings that they do have right now. If they were going to continue to keep this up, right now we have 4 different school districts, between 5 school districts counting us, that are using Bitterroot Health for some of these courses that they have. And so by us being able to help support Bitterroot Health by having Brittany and whoever else gets to work for us, we're able to help fund them through a stipend. I've already talked with Montana School Board Association on how that would work for a employee to stipend them as we go further, because in talking with Bitterroot Health, they want to keep their employee, and the employee wants to keep their benefits and their years experience rather than just becoming under our umbrella of the school district. And so I understand that piece of it. So this also helps the other school districts maintain at least the current level, if not more, opportunities for their students, even if those students choose not to come to Stevensville to be part of this. We are doing some synchronous classes currently. It just might mean we do some synchronous classes from our classroom that we create into a health occupations room.
Well,
Dr. Neeskin, sorry, go ahead.
I really appreciate that, because, you know, this obviously isn't for this conversation, but it does seem to me that maybe for the Board of Public Ed, we might want to ask the legislature or work on, I wonder if we could have a consortium of school districts work together with a charter that's multiple, because I really do think there's some great things here, but I really worry about the haves and have-nots and the taking of A and B. So, but thank you. That's a great answer. I appreciate it very much.
Dr. Neeskins, I'll let you have the last question.
All right, mine's more of a comment on Ron's thoughts, and then I do think a mechanism exists actually to do this. It's called the multi-district agreement. And I do think some sort of cooperative could be a real win for all of the districts involved. I would urge Stevensville to think about that, especially if districts can help contribute funds to grow the program to something bigger in their communities as well as all down the valley.
Yeah, thank you. That has been a conversation that we all have MDAs with each other already. And so I think specifically for this, if approved, I think that those will be some of our first conversations we have.
Superintendent Conan, any last comments?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity again for us to be able to present. Want to stress the work that went into this with this team. I want to thank the people seated next to me for the amount of time that we put into meeting with partners from MSU to U of M to Bitterroot College and with Bitterroot Health. We felt like we tried to get all of the main players into the medical field that we are close to, that kids might be able to take courses. I guess not Carroll, but that'd be another one we could do too. But several of the public universities, Public universities have sent letters of recommendation for this program, as well as some other school districts have sent letters of recommendation in our own valley here. And we feel like the time that we put into these partnerships and creating the excitement for this opportunity, we feel like this is a great addition to the valley and the Bitterroot region.
Thank you, Dr. Slinger. Chair Tharp, back to the two of you.
Thank you. Earlier, Dr. Slinger revealed he had a possible conflict with somebody mentioned a partnership with Miles Community College. I have to share that back in the day, I used to have a beautiful head of hair. And then about 20 years ago, I worked with John Conan, and I promised not to hold it against Stevensville's application when it comes to ranking. So thank you all so much.
I'm glad you disclosed that.
All right. Thank you to everybody for all of their fine work today. We had lots of things to consider. Board members, you have in your inbox forms like this. So Executive Director Flynn, will you please give us our homework?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, if you can please fill out those forms, get those back to us in the office. I believe I said by January 2nd, no later than noon that day. We will be compiling those in the office. We'll be working with the board charter committee to come up with a recommendation for all of you for your January meeting. This is no different than what we've done the last 2 years. I will tell you that given sort of the conversations around the basic entitlement, we do have a little bit of some new developments. So I'll be sending those to you over the next week in some new information that we have. I'll be having conversations with the board charter committee and then sharing some new information with all of you around sort of processes and totals and all of that good information for your approvals. And I think that's probably all I need to share with you at this point, not to confuse you any further, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right. At this time, open up the meeting to any public comment. Is there any public comment? You seen any hands raised, McCall?
Not seeing any hands, Mr. Chair.
All right. So anybody have any board members have any questions on what our next steps are? All right. Well, seeing none, we have a potential NASB meeting that we could jump on board with that you McCall sent you a link to. So if you want to, as soon as we close this, if you want to jump on to that. And with that, we will declare this meeting closed at or ended, adjourned at 2:14, and we thank you all for your time.
Thank you for good work. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.